Part 12. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not FO. Chapter 111. This sword actually affected my Taoist heart. How did he do it? Even the emperor may not be able to take such a terrifying sword move. Xiao Jiangxin is ranked third in the Tianluo domain, the legendary genius of the Xiao family, and a natural swordsman rated by Tiandao. Everyone was filled with emotion when they heard this. Another legendary genius from Tiandao Dianping. And a natural swordsman. It's no wonder that he can kill the Silver Emperor with one sword. Such qualifications are probably the best in other regions. What's this? Since the Xiao family gave birth to a martial god, it can be said that it has risen. First, the head of the family, Xiao Xian, destroyed the Great Thunder Holy Temple and the Xuanlun Mansion by himself, and then used his clone to defeat Emperor Long Teng. Before the genius, Xiao Tianyun defeated the dead immortal and became famous in southern Xinjiang, and now there are Xiao Jiangxin and Xiao Jinjian. The Xiao family is really powerful. According to what you said, I think the Xiao family is more like a family rich in geniuses. Even the legendary House of Luck is nothing more than this. Xiao Jiangxin after defeating Emperor Bian. Continue to understand the pressure of the gravity field that contains the laws of heaven. Jamal Xiao was already heading towards the top of Tianjiao Peak. When I saw the purple gold fire cloud eagle being bullied. And quickly returned. At this moment, he looked at the people under the 36th rank with an indifferent expression. Diao, just practice well here, I want to see who else dares to touch you. The purple gold fire cloud eagle flapped its wings twice. Then he transformed into a human form and sat on the Taoist throne and began to practice. With the Xiao family's genius taking action. These people never dared to attack him again. So he can concentrate on his training. Just sat down. Zijin Fire Cloud Eagle felt a monstrous Taoist charm blessing him. Jamal Xiao looked around. There will be no more stops. Continue heading towards Tianjiao Peak. Finally stopped on the 7th platform. And on top of this Taoist platform is Emperor Daihu. Seeing Jamal Xiao staying in his position with no intention of leaving. Emperor Daihu stared at him with warning eyes. However, Jamal Xiao simply ignored his eyes. He spoke directly to Emperor Daihu. I've taken a liking to this position. Come on down. When had Emperor Daihu ever suffered such humiliation? Immediately exploded his own power. The terrifying pressure of the king exploded in the sky. The terrifying killing move with the power of the great emperor went directly towards Jamal Xiao. Face this blow. Jamal Xiao just twisted his neck lightly. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Finished. Thor's hammer appeared in his hand. I saw him swing a hammer into the air. With the coercion of the ultimate thunder combat power, it instantly rushed into the sky. The endless power of thunder spread across the sky. Thunder roared and the sky shook. The two collided. There was a huge spark. Although the two have passed dozens of moves. But Jamal Xiao is obviously better. Not only suppressed Emperor Daihu. You can even find time to yawn. On the other hand, Emperor Daihu was somewhat powerless. Even if he tried his best. Seeing this, Jamal Xiao took a step forward. Thor's hammer instantly blocked his attack. With this little strength, you still have the nerve to fight me. Come on down. I saw Jamal Xiao making a move instantly. The Thor's hammer with the power of thunder and lightning struck directly on the chest of Emperor Daihu. Emperor Daihu's body was instantly knocked away. The sky was filled with the blood mist spit out from his mouth. The body that was knocked away directly made a huge pit in Tianjiao world. Everyone saw this scene. They were all horrified. The genius of the Xiao family is so powerful. Annihilating a reincarnated emperor ahead. At this moment, Emperor Daihu was severely injured. Their expressions were constantly changing for a while. However, in their eyes, the reincarnated emperor has a great reputation. In the eyes of Jamal Xiao and others, they are just ordinary people. He is not even qualified to be their opponent. Not to mention competing for the top talent list. Emperor Daihu climbed up from the pit, looking at Jamal Xiao on Tianjiao Peak. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only give up. As for the geniuses and reincarnated emperors in other Taoist positions, everyone showed fear when they saw this scene. I think they put a lot of effort into fighting for it. However, Jamal Xiao defeated Emperor Daihu so easily. This shows how powerful it is. At this time, a figure soared into the sky from among the Xiao family's geniuses. Head directly towards the top of Tianjiao Peak. This person is the incarnation of Xiao Junlin. At this time, he appeared in front of everyone in his previous life. As for those left by the Xiao family, it was a substitute left by him using the incarnation of Sun Wukong. With Jamal Xiao opening the way, Xiao Junlin's impact can be said to be smooth. He directly entered the top 10 positions. And among them, no one dared to stop him. Until he came to the 6th level. Only then did Xiao Junlin stop. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The Xiao family has produced Xiao Tianyuan, Xiao Jiangxin, and Xiao Jiamian. Is it possible that there will be another legendary genius? Obviously this is impossible. If it's really that easy for a genius to appear, I'll show it to you. Xiao Junlin looked at the man occupying 6th place in front of him. He said in a calm voice, if you go down by yourself, you still have a chance to continue competing for the list of geniuses. But if you want me to take action, not to mention fighting for the Tianjiao list, even my life must be at stake. The man sneered when he heard this. He sneered at what Xiao Junlin said. Only you? Get out. The young man punched Xiao Junlin directly. However, such a punch. It was just scratching an itch in front of Xiao Junlin. I saw him throw a punch, pointing directly at the man's face. But when he landed, he restrained his strength. You are a local genius, I will give you a chance, go down. That man naturally knew how powerful Xiao Junlin was. If he hadn't restrained his strength in time, I'm afraid that he has already died here. So just leave. Continue to compete with other geniuses for the 36th position. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Junlin's indifferent appearance. How come this Xiao family is so talented? This is the first time I have seen Emperor Murongyi. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I don't even know how to describe it. Hey, where is the brother who just said he wanted to eat sex live? At this time, a figure with the power of fire quickly crossed the sky. It turns out to be Flame Lord Xiao Yan. It seems like he is heading towards the top 10. I don't know which Tao position he will choose. Look. He actually chose the 4th Taoist position. Although Xiao Yan, the Flame Lord, has the power to control flames, he is still a little inferior to the 4th reincarnated emperor. The 4th one is the Ice and Snow Emperor. Although Xiao Yan is the Flame Lord, the Ice and Snow Emperor in his time had the ability to kill 2 emperors of the same level at the same time. I don't know if Xiao Yan can defeat the Ice and Snow Emperor. Xiao Yan was very fast. The gravity field has almost no pressure on him. He soon landed in the position of the Ice and Snow Emperor. Xiao Yan didn't talk nonsense either. Ask directly. Isn't it the Ice and Snow Emperor? I remember that you spoke rudely to me, a descendant of the Xiao family, before. I even humiliated him in front of everyone. This time, in addition to winning the ranking, I also wanted to take revenge. The Ice and Snow Emperor sneered. I, the Ice and Snow Emperor, have humiliated so many people, how do I know who is a child of your Xiao family? Even if I humiliate you, a member of the Xiao family, what can you do to me? Is it possible that you still want to kill me? The Ice and Snow Emperor not only has a very strong attitude, even his words contained a bit of contempt and disdain. Xiao Yan smiled instead of being angry. Without saying a word, he directly attacked the Ice and Snow Emperor. The flame aura around him instantly spread throughout the Taoist platform. A mere ant dares to fight against this emperor. He is simply asking for death. The Ice and Snow Emperor sneered. Explode his own ice and snow momentum. A huge wave of cold air instantly burst out from his body. Immediately afterwards, the platform was filled with the two auras of ice and fire. Emperor Ice and Snow, you slapped my son of the Xiao family in public and verbally humiliated him. This seriously hurt his personality, not only physically, but also mentally. Today I will repay you 10 times the pain he suffered. And I will collect some interest by the way. There was a faint smile between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. It seemed like he was just saying something ordinary. As he spoke, the ice and snow aura of the Ice and Snow Emperor was also suppressed by his power of fire. Everyone was completely shocked when they heard this. Did I hear you right? He actually wanted to seek revenge from the reincarnated emperor for a collateral descendant. Is he too stupid, or does he think the reincarnated emperor is too weak? It's a good thing to protect your shortcomings, but you must also act within your ability. Just when everyone thought that the Ice and Snow Emperor was about to violently resist. But he found that Xiao Yan actually suppressed him directly. Ice and Snow Emperor, don't tell me any tricks. It doesn't even have the ability to defend. He was directly suppressed and hit by Xiao Yan. Then I heard a crisp sound coming from the sky. Everyone immediately held their breath. He didn't even dare to look at the scene happening in front of him. The Ice and Snow Emperor was actually slapped by Xiao Yan. Or in front of all the creatures in southern Xinjiang. That's the reincarnated emperor. Even if everyone can no longer believe what is happening in front of them. The red palm print on the Ice and Snow Emperor's face. Also telling everyone. The Ice and Snow Emperor was slapped by Xiao Yan. The Ice and Snow Emperor was stunned at first. Then he shouted angrily, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. The huge artistic conception of ice and snow exploded instantly. Even the surrounding trees were covered with a thick layer of frost. However, Xiao Yan held his chin up. She looked at him with a thoughtful look on her face. This is just the beginning. Even if the interest is not calculated, you won't be able to bear it anymore. Don't worry, there will be more humiliation later. Xiao Yan snapped his fingers. The terrifying ice and snow mood of the Ice and Snow Emperor was suppressed by Xiao Yan's power of fire. Immediately afterwards, there were crisp slaps from the sky. Although everyone couldn't bear it. But I still want to say something. What a fucking pleasure. Xiao Yan. I'm going to kill you. Snapped. This emperor will crush you to ashes. Snapped. This emperor is. Snapped. Pop. A series of slaps didn't just ring in the air. It echoed in everyone's hearts for a long time. Looking at the Ice and Snow Emperor who was beaten into a pig's head. Everyone just felt the breath they were holding in their hearts. Complete evacuation. Aren't these reincarnated emperors quite capable? They were suppressed and beaten by their local genius. Xiao Yan's suppression is still based on attributes. He doesn't even have the ability to resist. After a dozen slaps on the face, Xiao Yan slapped the Ice and Snow Emperor to the ground. The Ice and Snow Emperor's angry chest kept rising and falling. The killing intent in his eyes is about to burst out at any time. Xiao Yan rubbed his hands with a look of grievance on his face. The reincarnated emperor is so thick-skinned that even my hands are numb. But the matter of your verbal humiliation to the children of the Xiao family has been wiped out. The moment he looked at the Ice and Snow Emperor, there was a hint of murderous intent in Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Roll. This moment, everyone was really shocked by Xiao Yan. He is the first one who dares to tell the reincarnated emperor to get lost. But everyone was more curious about how the Ice and Snow Emperor would react. After all, he was slapped in public. And these dozen slaps. It was Xiao Yan who fought for the Xiao family disciple. Just when everyone was waiting for the Ice and Snow Emperor to take action, the other party turned around and left. In the astonished eyes of everyone. Start looking for the 36th path below. The moment when he fought with Xiao Yan just now. Not only was his artistic conception directly suppressed by Xiao Yan. Even the soul feels like it is being burned by flames. If Xiao Yan really takes action against him, I'm just afraid that I will be the next reincarnated emperor to fall. So he directly chose to find his next target. Although a little injured. But it does not prevent him from competing with other geniuses. However, after he searched for a lap in the top 15. But I found that no one was easy to mess with. Either the reincarnated emperor or a local genius with the talent to kill the emperor. And these geniuses did not shy away from glaring at the Ice and Snow Emperor. This scene made the Ice and Snow Emperor even more angry. Just in time. The Ice and Snow Emperor's eyes fell on the purple gold fire cloud eagle on the 19th path. Among the entire 36 levels, he is the weakest. Therefore, the Ice and Snow Emperor, filled with rage, headed directly towards the purple gold fire cloud eagle. You evil beast! Get out of here! Ever since the Ice and Snow Emperor occupied the 4th position, I have always been practicing. Naturally, I don't know what will happen next. Therefore, after seeing the purple gold fire cloud eagle, which had almost no ability to fight back, the power of the Emperor directly exploded. One of them killed him on the spot. This proves his ability as a great emperor. However, his move did not shock everyone. On the contrary, everyone looked at him in disbelief. Some even have the intention of seeking blessings for themselves. Even the purple gold fire cloud eagle looked at him with disdain. This made the Ice and Snow Emperor even more angry. The artistic conception of ice and snow all around him burst out instantly. A mere monster ant dares to despise this emperor. Die! Everyone saw this scene. He suddenly showed an expression of gloating. Everyone also knows that the Ice and Snow Emperor was humiliated by the top 15 geniuses. So I came to Zijin Fire Cloud Eagle to prove myself. That's right. But it just so happens that this purple gold Fire Cloud Eagle is the mount of the Xiao family. Xiao Yan of the Xiao family let him go. As a result, he turned back and was hung up and beaten. What else is there to say? Just when the Ice and Snow Emperor was about to kill the purple gold Fire Cloud Eagle, Xiao Yanyao appeared. The Ice and Snow Emperor's anger exploded to the extreme at this moment. After he was defeated by Xiao Yan. Do you really think he is easy to bully? Any person or pet would dare to despise him. Get out! Otherwise, I will kill you too. Xiao Yanyao stood in front of the purple gold fire cloud sculpture with his hands folded across his chest. He looked at the Ice and Snow Emperor with a smile on his face. Just you? Dare you call me the great emperor? You're not even qualified to carry my shoes, so don't come out and embarrass yourself. Just when everyone thought Xiao Jiangxin or Jamal Xiao of the Xiao family would take action, an unknown young boy appeared in front of them. This made everyone confused for a while. Could it be that the Ice and Snow Emperor was slapped by Xiao Yan? Gave these geniuses endless courage? At this time, a spear appeared in Xiao Yanyao's hand. I saw him waving in the air. The ultimate gun power instantly pierced the sky. With the power of the spear in the gun realm, he instantly defeated the Ice and Snow Emperor's killing move. Then penetrated his body. I saw bright red blood mist filling the air. And the Ice and Snow Emperor was even more so before he could react. He was killed by Xiao Yanyao with one shot. Everyone was also shocked by this shot. Is the Ice and Snow Emperor the most aggrieved reincarnated emperor to die? Forget it, forget it. Xiao Yanniao of the Xiao family is actually an unparalleled genius. Even the Ice and Snow Emperor couldn't react to this shot. The Xiao family is really full of talents. After today's battle, Xiao Yanniao's name will be completely resounding in southern Xinjiang. Xiao Yanniao watched the scene without changing his expression. He calmly took back the spear in his hand. At this moment, his expression became extremely serious. The contempt in his eyes was revealed unabashedly. Everyone in the Xiao family suddenly twitched their mouths when they saw this scene. Even Xiao Jiangxin, Xiao Tianyuan, and others couldn't bear to look at him and covered their foreheads. Even the Xiao family members who were far away in Tianluo territory felt speechless for a while. Even some cultivators who knew Xiao Yanniao turned their heads to one side. This guy. I'm getting ready to make some dirty talk again. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not FO. Chapter 112. However, the people in southern Xinjiang did not know. But he was shocked by Xiao Yanniao's domineering appearance. I saw him holding his head high. Holding the red peak spear and the immortal shield, he stands on Tianjiao Peak. Terrible energy burst out from him. Red peak spear, immortal shield, kill all the immortal kings and destroy Jushan. The top of the immortals, proud of the world, my flame is the sky. Everyone in southern Xinjiang heard what Xiao Yanniao said. They couldn't help but sigh. This is the momentum of the strong. It is indeed incomparable to them. The top of the immortals, proud of the world, with me Yanyao is the sky. Such strong words. How powerful you must be to be able to say such things. Behead the immortal king and destroy Jushan. Such courage makes us admire you. I don't know why, I feel like he's just pretending to be 13. Although he is very strong, I still want to beat him. Xiao Yanniao's words not only made people in the entire southern Xinjiang remember him. Even the genius who lives in the 36 paths. As well as a group of powerful men and women in southern Xinjiang. They all also remembered this arrogant genius of the Xiao family. Not only was he not angry because of his dirty talk. He even felt that he was qualified to say such things. Just by his shot that penetrated the reincarnated emperor. It's enough to conquer everyone. Even some people who think they are top geniuses. When he saw this scene, he also had admiration for Xiao Yanniao. If they could have Xiao Yanniao's strength. Stop talking about killing immortals and kings. Even if they conquer Starry Sky Furukawa, they can tell it. However, everyone thought that Xiao Yanniao's talk would end there. Who knew he was just the beginning? I saw him rising into the sky. Heading towards the top of Tianjiao Peak. It carried an extremely domineering momentum wherever it passed. The ranking of geniuses in your eyes is nothing more than something external to me. Whether you get it or not depends on what you want or don't want. On the other hand, Xiao Jiangxin and others. Then he went to Tianjiao Peak silently. I even felt like I wanted to distance myself from him. Until after jumping 20 levels. Only then did Xiao Yanniao stop. However, it was the start of another wave of his talk. The reincarnated emperor and genius were originally impressed by Xiao Yanniao's strength. At this moment, I couldn't help but want to beat him severely. But the strength is not enough. Or he was afraid of the other Xiao family geniuses behind him. 36 Dao positions, 36 geniuses, I will fight in the top 10 alone. Xiao Yanniao waved the Chifeng spear in his hand. He held his head high and looked at everyone with pride. This scene also completely made those talented people angry. This Xiao Yanniao is so good at pretending. Fighting in the top 10 alone. How shameless. Just now I just wanted to beat him, now I not only want to beat him, but I also want to sew his mouth shut. I can't control myself anymore. Is this enough? If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would really want to tear this guy's mouth apart. It's useless to be angry. Not many geniuses on the Taoist platform can beat him, let alone us. Several other geniuses of the Xiao family were talking when Xiao Yanyao started talking. He has already blocked his hearing. It may even automatically block the existence of this person, if it weren't for the peculiarity of his imperial physique. And he is also one of the Xiao family's geniuses. Don't tell him to pretend to be 13. Don't even think about talking. As Xiao Yanyao continued to move towards higher levels, Xiao Yanyao's talk became more and more arrogant. Shocking the past and shining today, even if I carry Tianyuan on my back, I, Xiao Yanyao, am still invincible in the world. Those who chant my true name will see eternal life in reincarnation. Everyone was completely speechless by Xiao Yanyao's pretentious words. This guy doesn't pretend to feel uncomfortable all at once. Then he suddenly jumped up, directly reaching the top 11 position. Then it stopped. Everyone thought he was about to choose this Taoist position. However, he was seen standing the Chifeng spear on the Taoist position. He stood proudly and looked at the other geniuses under the Taoist platform. Everyone, advance in loneliness, rise in loneliness, and fight. Who is claiming to be invincible, and who dares not to give up? The Emperor will not be seen even in the age of decline. I am destined to be invincible in this world. This is my belief. My future self has become a variable. I am the only one in eternity and will never die. Although Xiao Yanyao's words were a bit arrogant. But after everyone heard these words, but I felt my blood boiling in my heart. Many people even recorded his risque words as classic words. At that time, I was destined to be invincible. So domineering. My future self has turned into a variable. Why didn't I expect such courage? Moving forward in loneliness, why didn't I think of this? Otherwise, there would be nothing wrong with him. At this moment, Xiao Yanyao's raunchy words were conveyed to all the living beings in southern Xinjiang through the Tiandao Bang screen. Everyone wrote it down. There was even a wave of talk about Xiao Yanyao. It was suppressed until the next new hotspot came out. But Xiao Yanyao's dirty talk has left a mark on people's hearts. At this time, Xiao Yanyao suddenly jumped up, heading towards the top 10 positions. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Is he going to challenge the number 1 Emperor Taixu? It seems that he gives people the impression that he can defeat Emperor Taixu. I don't know if Emperor Taixu will fight him. When Xiao Yanyao's figure headed towards the top 6 positions, even the reincarnated emperor couldn't help but open his eyes and pay attention. After all, he captured the reincarnated emperor with one shot. It has left a deep impression on them. Now Xiao Yanyao goes directly to the top 6. They will naturally pay attention. Just when everyone thought Xiao Yanyao would challenge Emperor Taixu, he stopped at the 6th position. Everyone. I'm sorry you said so many naughty things to set the stage. Is it just lip service? It made them think you were going to challenge the top 3. At least that way I can live up to what you said about slaying immortals and slaying kings. Xiao Yanyao looked at the genius in the 6th position indifferently. Go down, this Taoist position belongs to me. The genius was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect Xiao Yanyao to choose his position. Then he stood up and walked towards the lower level. Instead of fighting Xiao Yanyao, it's better to go below and choose another Taoist position. I thought you were paving the way for the first place by letting out so many dirty words, but I didn't expect you were here to come to me. Then he defeated another genius and continued to practice. Xiao Yanyao was not angry either. Sit down directly on the Taoist throne. I said that everything is external to me. As long as I want it, the top spot is also in my bag. So I don't have to fight. Anyway, the top 8 positions will belong to my Xiao family. Why should I waste my energy fighting for it? Xiao Yanyao's words were particularly arrogant. Not only the genius below can't stand it. Even the top 3 geniuses couldn't stand it. Even Emperor Taeju was speechless. This kid is really arrogant. But he has arrogant capital. With his current qualifications. As long as you don't die. Even quasi-immortals are no problem. When Mo Changjai, the third person, heard this. He snorted disdainfully. Who doesn't know how to speak big words, but they are afraid that their tongue will be blown away. Xiao Yanyao heard this. He looked at Mo Changjai with his head held high. Point the Chifeng gun directly at him. Believe it or not, I can defeat you within 3 shots. If I can't defeat you, I will kill myself on the spot. Everyone couldn't help sighing. He looked at Xiao Yanyao in disbelief. Defeat Mo Changjai with 3 shots? That has the ability to fight 3 reincarnated emperors at the same time. Even the reincarnated emperor could only flee in front of him. Xiao Yanyao dared to say that he could be defeated within 3 shots. This guy is addicted to pretending. I think so. Defeating Mo Changjai with 3 shots is really bragging and doesn't require drafting. His strength is terrifying, but his dirty talk is unmatched. It's so shameless. Look, Mo Changjai will definitely not let him go. Mo Changjai is famous for his bad temper. It would be strange if he doesn't get beaten up. I even looked forward to him being beaten. Mo Changjai heard this. Naturally, he became angry. I saw him glaring fiercely at Xiao Yanyao. It seemed as if he was going to shoot him dead with his eyes. However, Xiao Yanyao stared back indifferently. Xiao Yanyao, right? Your marksmanship is indeed good. Wait until the end of this talent list. I will go to Tianluo domain to compare with your Chifeng spear to see which one is more powerful, your spear or my sword. Mo Changjai's voice was very calm. But the murderous intent in his words had already made everyone shudder. Being targeted by Mo Changjai. It's more terrifying than being targeted by the reincarnated emperor. At this time, a smoky voice came over. Since you want to compete with Xiao Yanyao so much, how about I give you a ride? With the sound of smoke, a sword light suddenly flashed across the sky. Then he landed on the 3rd stage. It turns out to be Xiao Jiangxin, who ranks 3rd on the list of geniuses. Even the Tiandao rankings review of him is that he was born as a swordsman. I don't know what the outcome of this battle with Mo Changjai will be. Mo Changjai can fight 1 against 3. No matter how powerful Xiao Jiangxin is, he may not be able to defeat him. The appearance of Xiao Jiangxin. It immediately made everyone present excited. In addition, he had previously killed a reincarnated emperor with 1 sword. Everyone is looking forward to the battle between the two. Mo Changjai glanced coldly at Xiao Jiangxin who was standing beside him. Are today's young people so arrogant? But after killing a useless reincarnated emperor, do you think you are invincible? When saying this, Mo Changjai's energy burst out instantly. A strong killing intent permeated the surroundings. Everyone was shocked by these words. Even the reincarnated emperor. He also dared not speak ill of the emperor in public. What's more, it's such shocking words. Xiao Jiangxin smiled calmly. Yes or no, you and I will know after a competition. Xiao Yanyao clapped his hands happily when he heard this. Brother from the Kenshin clan, your battlefield has begun. The interaction between the two made everyone couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Go to hell. Mo Changjai said nothing. Punch directly in the air. He is not even afraid of existences like Emperor Taeju. What's more, it's Xiao Jiangxin. 1 punch was empty. Even the sky trembled. A punch with great power. Heading directly towards Xiao Jiangxin. This punch made all the reincarnated emperors present look a bit fearful. Everyone present was shocked by this punch. However, Mo Changjai's fists were powerful. In Xiao Jiangxin's eyes, it was just a gimmick. It can't even enter his eyes. I saw him swing a sword. The sword light with the ultimate realm of swordsmanship instantly broke through Mo Changai's fist moves. I'm afraid you can't even get close to me. A sword in the air. The void twists. The terrifying sword force hit Mo Changai directly in front of his face. Mo Changai saw this scene. His expression suddenly changed. A breath of death instantly filled my heart. I saw that he was using both feet hard. Keep your horse steady. He made fists with both hands and waved them into the air. At this time, there was a cold feeling in his throat. Xiao Jiangxin's long sword was aimed at his throat at some point. As long as he throws this punch, his head will also fall off on the spot. Xiao Jiangxin looked calm. The blue clothes fluttered slightly. The sword intent all over his body suppressed Mo Changai. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Mo Changai couldn't even take Xiao Jiangxin's sword. He has the ability to hunt down 3 reincarnated emperors at the same time. Mo Changai looked at Xiao Jiangxin in disbelief as well. His pupils shrank. A look of horror on his face. Even Gu Hen on the side was shocked by this sword. He and Mo Changai had fought against each other before. The two are equally powerful. Even if he tried his best, it can only end in a fight where both sides suffer. However, Xiao Jiangxin was able to defeat him with one sword. Mo Changai didn't even have the ability to fight back. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Jiangxin with a bit of fear in his eyes. Not to mention the other geniuses present. Mo Changai was already a peerless genius in their hearts. However, he couldn't take Xiao Jiangxin's sword. Xiao Jiangxin was already accustomed to seeing various scenes. The experience delivered to everyone present is incredible. Even the horrified eyes showed no expression. He looked at Mo Changai with an indifferent expression. I wonder what you think of this sword. Mo Changai only felt that his heart was full of humiliation. He even wanted to kill Xiao Jiangxin on the spot. His eyes were burning with monstrous rage. However, he could only choose to endure it. He didn't even dare to move his head. Because the sword was right at his throat. Therefore, even if he was unwilling, he could only choose to go down from the Taoist platform. Even if he was defeated by Xiao Jiangxin. I also have the ability to find the next suitable Taoist position. There is no way he would give up his position as the 36 prodigy. Everyone on the other platforms saw Mo Changai walking towards them. I couldn't help but feel tight in my heart. Although Mo Changai was defeated by Xiao Jiangxin. But defeating them takes seconds. But at this time, Xiao Yanyao pointed his Chifeng gun at Mo Changai's face and shouted. Mo Changai, didn't you just say you wanted to compete with me? Now that you have lost to my brother from the Jiangxing clan, you naturally don't need to go to Tianluo domain to compete with me. Let's have a showdown on this Taoist platform. Brother Jiangxing can defeat you with one sword, and I can defeat you within 3 moves. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Mo Changai was defeated by Xiao Jiangxin just now. There is an unknown fire in my heart that has nowhere to vent. Now Xiao Yanyao is actually speaking without shame. I dare say he can defeat Mo Changai in 3 moves. This is clearly asking for death. As expected. Mo Changai was holding back a lot of anger. I instantly found an outlet to vent. Humph. Even cats and dogs dare to yell at me. You really think you are invincible? Mo Changai glared at Xiao Yanyao. I saw his figure move. Then they arrived at Xiao Yanyao's Taoist platform. The momentum around him exploded instantly. It seemed that Xiao Yanyao was going to be killed on the spot. This scene also attracted everyone's attention. They want to see it. How will the gossip king Xiao Yanyao face Mo Changai? You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not fo. Chapter 113. Faced with such pressure, Xiao Yanniao only curled his lips and smiled. The Chifeng gun in his hand erupted with a terrifying evil spirit. The aura around him was on par with Mo change eyes. I saw him snorting coldly. If I give you a move, it doesn't count as insulting you. Everyone was once again shocked by Xiao Yanniao's words. This guy isn't showing off. Just on the way to showing off. No matter what kind of existence the other party is. He can say shocking words. Who is Mo Changjai? Even the reincarnated emperor was frightened by his strength. But he shamelessly said that he would give him a move. Mo Changjai's expression turned cold. A terrifying anger burst out from his eyes instantly. Since you are seeking death, I will personally give you a ride. I saw him punch in the air. A terrifying punch shot up into the sky. A powerful momentum burst out instantly. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. I just feel like the world is shaking. The sky trembles. Even the void is shattered. The power of this punch. Even if the king comes, he may not be able to take it. Not to mention Xiao Yanniao. However, Xiao Yanniao pursed his lips nonchalantly. This punch is indeed good, but it's a pity that it can't penetrate my eyes. If you want to defeat me, it doesn't matter if you're a little behind in the heat, or even in terms of strength. Xiao Yanniao said while waving the Chifeng spear in his hand. The aura of the immortal king burst out instantly. Directly breaking Mo Changjai's punch. And that punching power was directly digested by the immortal shield. Mo Changjai's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect Xiao Yanniao to have the strength to take one of his own moves. Then Xiao Yanniao curled his lips and smiled evilly. It's disrespectful to come and not return. You guys should also try my shot. Xiao Yanniao waved the Chifeng spear in his hand. Countless gun shadows struck Mo Changjai instantly. Mo Changjai's expression changed drastically. The pupils shrank sharply. The power of this gun was too powerful. If he can't do his best, I'm afraid it's hard to resist. Boom. The two collided. Mo Changjai felt as if all his internal organs had been displaced. The vibration in the chest let him vomit blood instantly. But the remaining power of Xiao Yanniao's spear didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Mo Changjai's figure was forced to retreat dozens of steps. Xiao Yanniao waved the red peak spear and looked at him calmly. I only used 3/10 of the power of this shot. Everyone heard this. I just felt like my heart was shaken. Only 30% of the strength. Mo Changjai will be seriously injured. Does this mean that the stronger the talker, the stronger the strength? Many geniuses even kept silent notes in their hearts. Perhaps it was this saucy talk that gave Xiao Yanniao the confidence. Mo Changjai looked solemn. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Just defense. He will definitely be defeated by Xiao Yanniao. But if you can attack at close range, Xiao Yanniao is definitely no match for him. Close attack is what he is best at. Even Gu Han didn't dare to let him get close. Mo Changjai shouted loudly. A halo of white mist gradually spread over him. There are bright stars in the halo. A terrifying aura instantly burst out from him. Eternal stars, time is wasted, eternity remains unchanged, reincarnation, ah. Countless people were shocked when they saw this scene. This is actually a light-year reincarnation. No one expected it. Mo Changjai actually knew such a powerful move. Even Emperor Taixu was stunned by this move. Everyone turned their attention to Xiao Yanniao. Such a terrifying move. How will he respond? Xiao Yanniao sneered. Reincarnation? I look down at the eternity and am used to seeing life and death. Who is reincarnating? Everything cut down by my Chifeng spear is nothing but dirt. Who dares to be reincarnated in front of me? Reincarnation is just a beautiful joke. Everyone heard what Xiao Yanniao said. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. From ancient times to the present, even if it is the existence of a quasi-mortal, there is no way to escape reincarnation. How dare he, Xiao Yanniao, to ignore reincarnation? Do you really think you are more powerful than a quasi-mortal? Xiao Yanniao calmly waved the red peak spear, pointing at Mo Changai's face. I only need 50% of my strength to defeat your reincarnation of light years. Reincarnation? Haha, a really strong person never believes in reincarnation. I saw Xiao Yanniao swinging a gun into the air. The power of the gun soared into the sky. A terrifying momentum swept across the sky. I saw cracks appearing in the void above the sky. Countless star halos appeared in front of everyone instantly. A terrifying spear struck Mo Changai directly. Just one collision shattered his reincarnation by light years. The terrifying force of the gun instantly penetrated Mo Changai's chest. Just for a moment, Mo Changai's body was knocked away. The sky was filled with bursts of blood mist. It wasn't until Mo Changai's body fell from Tianjiao Peak that it slowly dissipated. This moment, everyone gasped. Even terrifying killing moves like reincarnation light year can be easily defeated. They knew how powerful Xiao Yanniao was. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I thought Xiao Yanniao's statement about defeating Mo Changai with 3 shots was just a joke. Who would have thought that he actually had such strength? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Yanniao. His eyes were full of disbelief. Xiao Yanniao looked calmly at Mo Changai's fallen body under the platform. Holding the red peak spear, he stood proudly on the Taoist throne. What followed was his domineering talk. I, Xiao Yanniao, am invincible in this world, who can suppress me? Reincarnation light years? Vulnerable. A truly strong person never believes in reincarnation. Voices were heard all over southern Xinjiang. Countless people were speechless by these angry words. But they didn't dare to refute. Because Xiao Yanniao has the strength to say these words. After Xiao Yanniao defeated Mo Changai, then he sat cross-legged on the Taoist position and began to practice. As for the rest, it's up to the other geniuses of the Xiao family to deal with it. The moment you sit down, a feeling of clear mind suddenly hit my heart. Not only the realm of cultivation shows signs of loosening. Even the pressure of heaven has been reduced a lot. Everyone saw that Xiao Yanniao was already immersed in practice. He couldn't help but complain anymore. Such a strong strength. If we compete for the first place, even Emperor Taixu may not be his opponent. There are not many such strong men in the entire vast world. There are still a few geniuses in the Xiao family who have not taken action. Could it be that they are even more powerful than him? I think it's possible. The Flame Lord Xiao Yan alone is enough to scare everyone. Not to mention existences like Xiao Tianyuan. With Xiao Yanniao's amazing talent, it will not be difficult to become a quasi-mortal in the future. This is the first time I have seen such a peerless genius. Emperor Taixu is also known as the Little Kishan Emperor. If the two of them fight, who will be better? It doesn't matter who wins or loses, but there will definitely be a battle between Xiao Tianyuan and Emperor Taixu. Yes, Xiao Tianyuan is at the top of the list of geniuses. Even Xiao Yanniao, Xiao Jiangxin, and others respect him very much. Before, he defeated the reincarnated emperor with one sword. You can imagine how terrifying his strength is. I don't know about others, but Gu Hen, who is in the second position, can't sit still. If you don't tell me, I really didn't notice that his expression even changed. I'm afraid he was shocked by these peerless geniuses. Everyone felt a little funny when they saw this scene. Although his strength is strong, it is still far behind Xiao Jiangxin and Xiao Yanniao. Although Gu Hen has the strength to defeat Mo Changai was unable to catch even 3 moves in the hands of Xiao Jiangxin and others. That's right, and it was a disastrous defeat. I'm afraid even Guhan won't be able to do it. Yes, there is not much difference in strength between him and Mo Changjai. Everyone turned their attention to Guhan. At this moment, Guhan's face showed a solemn expression. The whole body's nerves are in a tense state. The strength of Xiao Jiangxin, Xiao Yan, Xiao Yanyao, and others. It can no longer be described as terrifying. At this time, Xiao Qingyun descended from the sky dressed in white. Her long hair is flowing and her figure is graceful. Just like a fairy descending to earth. Coupled with the royal aura on his body. It also revealed an aura of keeping strangers away. I saw her walking lightly on lotus steps. He stepped onto the platform gracefully. Beautiful face, cool temperament. Let countless people indulge in it. Even if it's just a stop there. Everyone was impressed by this momentum. The moment I saw Xiao Qingyun, all the women present looked at her jealously. He even wanted to destroy her appearance. The male, on the other hand, stared at Xiao Qingyun intently. This was their first time seeing such a beautiful woman. This moment, countless people surrendered under her skirt. Who is this woman? She is so beautiful. Not only her appearance, but also her strength is very powerful. She fills me with fear just by standing there. Why have I never seen such geniuses before? Xiao Qingyun stood on Guhan's Taoist platform, looking at him with clear eyes. Although he never said a word, but it has expressed everything. Guhan was deeply attracted by Xiao Qingyun's appearance. If only I could keep such a woman by my side. Even if you die, you will have no regrets. But he also knew her clearly. There is no way he can surrender to a woman like Xiao Qingyun. Realize your gaffe. Guhan slowly stood up from the platform. I admit that I am not as good as you, but if you let me go down, you have to give me a convincing reason. Since Xiao Qingyun can be ranked in front of Xiao Jiangxin and others. Its strength is naturally extremely terrifying. Since he can't fight with such a person. But it must also be acceptable in terms of face. After all, he is also a holy son. Xiao Qingyun did not respond when he heard these words. She stretched out her hand faintly and nodded slightly. Guhan thinks that his temperament and appearance are extraordinary. Moreover, he is also a holy son. No matter how powerful Xiao Qingyun is, he will still communicate with himself. However, she didn't even say a word. This greatly humiliated his self-esteem. This move is my ultimate killer move. Seeing that Xiao Qingyun still didn't respond, Guhan instantly exploded with his own momentum. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Just a random stroke. It can drive the flow of void air. Even the sky is shaking. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Even Mo Changjai was shocked. This move is actually more powerful than his reincarnation light years. However, it is such a killing move that makes everyone fear. But it didn't even stir up the slightest ripple in Xiao Qingyun's mind. I saw her jade fingers raised slightly. Extend your index finger slightly toward the air. An aura of imperial pressure instantly condensed. Even the void was torn apart by this. One pointed out. That killing move was easily broken by Xiao Qingyun. Then a sound of void cracking echoed through the sky. The lingering power of that finger directly knocked Guhan out from the second position. However, the expected fall did not occur. Everyone stared with dumbfounded eyes at Guhan, who was stagnant in mid-air and no longer moving. This. It turns out to be the power of space law. Xiao Qingyun actually has the ability to control space. Just a finger. Not only did he defeat Guhan's ultimate move, Yu Wei can even control it in mid-air. No wonder Xiao Qingyun is ranked above Xiao Jiangxin, Xiao Yan, and others. Guhan smiled bitterly. I originally thought that my ultimate move would be able to knock the opponent back a few steps. It's also a good way to prove one's strength. Who would have thought that he couldn't even touch the opponent's finger? Xiao Qingyun retracted his finger. Gu Hen's body fell to the ground. I saw him bowing deeply towards Xiao Qingyun. I surrender. Then Gu Hen went to other Taoist platforms, seizing the Taoist position of another genius. The Taixu Emperor Zhang Taixu on the side was also stunned by this finger. Girl, you are so powerful at such a young age, even in the ancient river in the starry sky. No one can compare with your ability at this time, it is really amazing. Zhang Taixu even used his own detection ability. However, even Xiao Qingyun's consciousness couldn't get close. At this moment, even Zhang Taixu was a little afraid of Xiao Qingyun. However, how could Xiao Qingyun take him seriously? As long as she wants, the number one position is hers. Even if Xiao Tianyun fights against her, the two may not necessarily be able to tell the winner. Not to mention a mere reincarnated emperor. Zhang Taixu coughed twice in embarrassment. As the reincarnated emperor, he has never been ignored by others. But he didn't take it to heart. After all, this female doll is not easy to mess with. He swept his gaze over the remaining Xiao family geniuses. It was discovered that only Xiao Tianyun had not found a suitable Taoist position. Look like this. The other party's ultimate goal is yourself. This female doll has not challenged this emperor. It seems that she is left to you. Xiao Tianyun didn't talk nonsense either. The figure moved, arriving directly at the Taoist platform where Zhang Taixu was. Until this moment, only then did everyone come back to their senses from Xiao Qingyun's stunning finger. Xiao Tianyun was able to ignore the gravity field of the pressure of heaven. Everyone thought carefully. It's not just Xiao Tianyun. Even Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Jiangxin, and others ignored this gravity field. Before this, they were all amazed by the terrifying strength of Xiao Jiangxin and others. It wasn't until this moment that I fully reacted. There is only one thought in everyone's mind at this time. The genius of the Xiao family is a terrifying existence in this world. At the same time, everyone in the Xiao family was excited to see Xiao Tianyun appear. Xiao Xian looked at the pictures in the Tiandao ranking. Use the eye of insight to check the details of Zhang Taixu. Zhang Taixu, Emperor Taixu, although he was attacked by someone and escaped to the fallen immortal cave. However, he obtained the inheritance of immortality and was able to reincarnate here. Everyone in the Xiao family heard this. I realized it immediately. This Zhang Taixu does not have his own unspeakable secrets as he said. On the contrary, his ambition is greater than any reincarnated emperor. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not FO. Chapter 114. Xiao Xian looked at Zhang Taixu's appearance in the Tiandao ranking screen indifferently. So what if I get the inheritance of a quasi-immortal? In his secret realm, which one is not more powerful than a quasi-immortal? Not to mention. So what if he obtained the inheritance of a quasi-immortal? He was also vulnerable to Xiao Tianyun. However, Zhang Taixu's inheritance of quasi-immortal can prove one thing. Fairy once existed in this world. Even if it is not a fairy in the true sense, there is not much difference between it and Xian. At this time, everyone was looking at the first stage with full attention. Xiao Tianyun and Zhang Taixu looked at each other. Although the two have never fought, but there was a strong evil spirit in his eyes. At this time, Zhang Taixu only felt that his soul was shocked. He frowned and looked at Xiao Tianyun. Logically speaking, he obtained the inheritance of quasi-immortal. Communicate with local geniuses like Xiao Tianyun. It is absolutely possible to defeat it. However, not only did he fail to defeat Xiao Tianyun's soul, on the contrary, he was defeated. You are very strong, the most powerful among the local geniuses I have come into contact with. Even if he is the reincarnated emperor. but I still have some appreciation for the abilities of the strong. What's more, it's a genius like Xiao Tianyuan. Praising Zhang Taixu. Xiao Tianyuan ignored it. Let's do it. This time he came here because of Uncle Xian. If not, he would rather stay in the Xiao family's enlightenment room and practice. Only continuous practice can improve one's own cultivation level. He has the strength to protect his tribe and the people he wants to protect. Witness the life of Emperor Huang Tian. Plus the pain of genocide. His idea became more determined. Zhang Taixu sneered. Even if you take action, you can't resist this emperor's move. In this world, this emperor is an invincible existence. Although you are powerful, you are still far behind me. Xiao Tianyuan looked at Zhang Taixu with a calm expression. Invincible? Starry sky, ancient river, gods and realms are as powerful as Qishan Emperor, but they dare not claim to be invincible, let alone you. Not only Qi Tian Emperor. Even Uncle Xian, who had the ability to create secret realms, was respected by great powers from countless galactic years ago. I don't dare to say that I am invincible. Not to mention a reincarnated emperor. Emperor Taixu heard this. I just felt a burst of anger burning in my heart. You are talking arrogantly. I wanted you to retreat when the difficulties are hard to come by, but I never thought you would be so stubborn. Emperor Taixu instantly exploded with his own momentum. Waves of terrifying void energy swept across the surroundings. Broken marks continue to appear on the sky. The airflow was also shocked by this momentum and flowed backwards. All of a sudden, the void shattered. Everyone saw this scene. Can't help but marvel. This momentum is so overbearing. Even the void was shattered by it. This terrifying momentum shocked me. Emperor Taixu is indeed a powerful man who is about to enter the quasi-immortal realm. This kind of momentum cannot be matched by us. Although Xiao Tianyuan is powerful, I don't know if he can withstand Emperor Taixu's move. Faced with such a move, Xiao Tianyuan's expression did not change. I saw him drawing the sky with his finger. A terrifying sword energy burst out from the void. Then everyone saw only a small piece of grass appearing on the sky. Kaiziju. It is one of Emperor Huangtian's ultimate skills. Just a void sword energy. They all have the ability to kill eternal stars. Everyone saw Xiao Tianyuan's sword. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. I thought that no matter how powerful Xiao Tianyuan was, he would not be able to withstand Emperor Taixu's moves. Who would have thought that he was just a void sword energy? They all have such great power. Even Emperor Taixu's pupils revealed a bit of shock. At this time, his figure moved. Behind him appeared a huge red hook-tailed scorpion. A crimson evil spirit filled the air. A red tail hook hanging upside down in the air. With a soul-stirring aura, the killing moves of both sides collided. The heaven and earth trembled, and the sky changed color. Xiao Tianyuan Caoziju has the potential to cut through the void. The sword swept across the sky. The red scorpion directly killed Emperor Taixu. After a loud noise, Emperor Taixu's killing move was shattered. Emperor Taixu took action again. He was able to catch Xiao Tianyuan's move, turning his peripheral vision behind him. It's only one step away from falling off the platform. At this moment, Emperor Taixu looked at Xiao Tianyuan with deep fear in his eyes. His face was solemn and his brows were furrowed. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Everyone was also shocked by Xiao Tianyuan's move. Someone as powerful as Emperor Taixu. They can all be suppressed by it and be at a disadvantage. How terrifying is this level of strength? Then Xiao Tianyuan took a step into the air. Shadows appeared in everyone's eyes. Then the Taixu Emperor was tightly surrounded. Emperor Taixu's pupils suddenly shrank. Ordinary shadows are all illusions. However, these shadows of Xiao Tianyuan, each one has the same strength as him. It's like the existence of a person's clone. What shocked him even more? The strength of these phantoms is all superior to his. At this moment, Zhang Teixu felt a strong sense of oppression rising from his heart. Different from the oppression of realm. This is an eternal, desolate suppression. Xiao Tianyun didn't give Emperor Teixu much time to think. I saw these phantoms attacking Emperor Teixu. A few rounds down, Emperor Teixu was in a defeated state. Finally in full view, Emperor Teixu surrendered to Xiao Tianyun. Xiao Tianyun then withdrew his shadow. Turn around and head towards the Taoist platform. Emperor Teixu looked at Xiao Tianyun's figure with horror on his face. Then he headed towards the platform below. But he did not challenge Xiao Jiangxin, Xiao Yan, and other Xiao family geniuses. Although these geniuses did not directly challenge him to fight. But it can be seen from their moves. The strength of each one is above him. Rather than this, it's better to go directly to the platform at the back. Finally, under the horrified eyes of everyone, Emperor Teixu fell into the 8th position. Countless people were shocked by the scene in front of them. Not even the number 1 Emperor Teixu dared to challenge the top 7 Xiao family geniuses. This shows how powerful they are. 36 genius positions. The Xiao family exclusively holds the top 7. This Xiao Tianyun is really powerful. Even Emperor Teixu is no match for him. The other geniuses of the Xiao family cannot be underestimated, otherwise how could Emperor Teixu go directly to the 8th level? No wonder he will be at the top of the list of geniuses. With such strength, if he doesn't become the first, who will be the first? Although the phantom just now is an illusion, every one of them has the strength of the real body. This kind of movement technique has never been seen in the entire vast continent. After Xiao Tianyun won the first place in the 36th level, Tianjiao Peak has been peaceful for a few days. Everyone is in a state of concentration on cultivation. If someone breaks through the realm, then he will challenge the previous genius, and successfully occupied a higher Taoist position. This day, something strange came from the 19th platform of Tianjiao Peak. A terrifying momentum instantly rushed into the sky. It was actually the purple gold fire cloud eagle that broke through the realm. At this time, he has reached the 9th level of the tribulation realm. This scene is the envy of countless people. If it weren't for the purple gold fire cloud eagle being the Xiao family's genius mount, they will definitely go to fight for it. Maybe you can even tame it into your own mount. At the same time, a young man dressed in black and carrying a black coffin appeared in front of everyone. I saw the young man continuously heading towards Tianjiao Peak. Who is this? Why haven't I seen it before? I don't know. It looks like he wants to occupy a Taoist position. Just him. With such a low level of cultivation, he still wants to occupy a place in the 36th level. This is nothing more than an idiot's dream. Who among the 36th level is not the strongest person in southern Xinjiang? He is simply humiliating himself. At this level, let alone fighting against Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jiangxin, and others, even their eyes can't catch it. I think this is someone who came out to get attention. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not, as long as it can get attention. It's true, since the reincarnated emperor and the emperor's son appeared, many powerful people have chosen to rely on this to survive. Many people saw the moment Xiao Zhangtian appeared. They all showed mocking smiles. However, when everyone in the Xiao family saw his figure, all of them showed a sense of shock. But more than anything, I'm happy about it. In Tianlu City, Bai Xiaotong saw the moment when Xiao Zhangtian appeared. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. With your strength, I don't know where you can rank in the 36th path. In just 1 month, you have reached the peak of the tribulation realm. Bai Xiaotong sighed in appreciation. It was not surprising that Xiao Zhangtian had reached this point. But he wanted to know more. With Xiao Zhangtian's current strength, Where can you rank on the list of geniuses? Think of this. Bai Xiaotong even had a little bit of expectation. In the Tianluo domain at this time, everyone in the Xiao family also saw the figure of Xiao Zhangtian. He showed an expression of excitement and shock. It's Xiao Zhangtian. I didn't expect him to be on the list of geniuses. In a short period of time, he actually broke through to the realm of transcending tribulation. It seems that the bet between him and the head of the family will come true. No matter what, Xiao Zhangtian's strength is beyond our comparison. And Xiao Jianfeng also saw the moment when Xiao Zhangtian appeared. He stood up from his seat excitedly. Even the teacup next to him fell to the ground. Everyone in the Xiao family was very surprised when they saw this scene. But it was within the scope of their understanding. After all, Xiao Zhangtian is Xiao Jianfeng's adopted son. He also took great care of Xiao Zhangtian. Even the moment they saw Xiao Zhangtian appeared, they were shocked. What's more, it's Xiao Jianfeng. Xiao Jianfeng's eyes were flashing with countless tears. He succeeded. Although it is only the cultivation realm of transcending tribulation realm. But he has entered the world of genius. You must know the strong ones in the entire Tianjia world. They all have the strength of a half-step king. The last one is also the 7th level of transcending the tribulation. But Xiao Zhangtian entered the world of genius by virtue of his cultivation at the 6th level of the tribulation realm. Xiao Xian saw Xiao Jianfeng losing his composure. He smiled helplessly. Elder Jianfeng, if the scene at this moment makes you excited, wouldn't you be unable to bear what happens next? Hearing Xiao Xian's words, only then did Xiao Jianfeng realize that he had seriously lost his composure. Then he smiled awkwardly. It's something I didn't expect for my son to be able to join the world of geniuses. As for whether I can occupy a place in the 36th position, I no longer have extravagant hopes. Xiao Xian smiled calmly, Elder Jianfeng, please don't underestimate me. Xiao Jianfeng was shocked. Is it possible? But with that comes worry. Xiao Zhangtian was able to join the list of geniuses. Prove that he has the strength. But it also proves that he is about to face off against the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. An existence like the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. How could Xiao Zhangtian be invincible? Therefore, he hoped that Xiao Zhangtian would not be selected. But on the other hand, Xiao Jianfeng was worried that being unable to rescue Longling would become his inner demon. If he becomes possessed by this in the future, he will not be able to apologize even if he dies. Xiao Xian naturally knew Xiao Jianfeng's worries. Elder Jianfeng, there is no need to worry. If Xiao Zhangtian can advance to the 36th level, it proves that he has the strength, and since the head of the family agreed to him fighting against the Wangxiang Tiangong, he has the strength to compete with him, so what if he conquers the heavenly palace of all things for him? Xiao Xian's words undoubtedly gave Xiao Jianfeng a reassurance. Based on his understanding of Xiao Xian, the other party can say this. It proves that he can definitely do it. Therefore, Xiao Jianfeng, who had selfish motives, was completely relieved. Xiao Jianfeng bowed deeply to Xiao Xian. Thank you, Master. Xiao Tianyun and others noticed something strange around them. Naturally, they also paid attention to the appearance of Xiao Zhangtian. A trace of surprise flashed in several people's eyes. Apparently they were not expecting his appearance. Xiao Zhangtian carried the black coffin and kept moving towards the 36th position. He only has one goal this time. 36 prodigy list. This guy actually wants to go to the 36th level. Doesn't he know the gap between himself and those geniuses? To put it bluntly, although his strength is not that great, his courage is incomparable to us. Who knows if he is just trying to gain attention or if he really wants to fight for it. After seeing the strength of Xiao Tianyun's geniuses, I suddenly looked forward to the strength of this young man in black. Do you think he will be the next legendary talent? Who knows, after all, Xiao Tianyun and others were not favored before taking action. Ha! If this rookie can reach the 36th rank, I will eat him in front of everyone. When everyone saw Xiao Zhangtian heading to the 39 Paths platform, no doubt they all showed disdain and contempt. Many of them are stronger than him. But they were all squeezed out by the reincarnated emperors, their sons, and the top geniuses. Not to mention the level of Xiao Zhangtian. Just when everyone was talking about it, Xiao Zhangtian had already reached the parallel point of the 36th platform against the gravity field of the pressure of heaven. The moment a genius who is above the Taoist level sees him, suddenly an angry look appeared on his face. You dare to come to challenge even those who are only at the 6th level of Tribulation Realm, get out. I saw the genius shouting loudly at the same time. A powerful momentum instantly forced towards Xiao Zhangtian. In his eyes, Xiao Zhangtian's cultivation level was as easy as crushing an ant to him. Everyone was shocked by the aura of this genius. Xiao Zhangtian's expression was deserted. Standing the black coffin behind him on the ground. A heaven burial aura instantly burst out from the black coffin. Immediately afterwards, Tianjiao's killing move was swallowed up by the black coffin. Surprisingly, Tianjiao was severely injured by Xiao Zhangtian. Everyone immediately looked at the scene with dumbfounded eyes. This is simply shocking. This boy in black is so powerful. He has only reached the 6th level of the Tribulation Realm. This is another unparalleled genius. Hey? What about the person who just said that he would eat sex in public? Do you want to fulfill his promise now? The man looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. No, that genius must have let go. Otherwise, how could he beat him with his strength? Tianjiao vomited blood and his eyes were full of disbelief. Even his eyes showed a bit of fear. Obviously, he didn't expect Xiao Zhangtian to have the ability to seriously injure him. Xiao Zhangtian gave him a cold look. Then he crossed the path and continued upward. The other geniuses among the 36th level were also shocked when they saw this scene. A young man in black who is only at the 6th level of the Tribulation Realm. He actually has the ability to inflict serious injuries that are higher than his level of cultivation. This has to make them pay attention. Therefore, everyone began to pay attention to the final position of the young man in black. The genius originally thought that Xiao Zhangtian would take away his Taoist position. I never thought that he would go straight past me. After being surprised, he quickly took the time to regain his strength. You can't relax every second before the list of 36 geniuses is released. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not FO. Chapter 115. It's just a competition of one move. Xiao Zhangtian explained to everyone what strength was. So what if the level of cultivation is high? In the face of absolute power, he will also be crushed. Just like the genius just now. After that battle, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Zhangtian. After seeing him cross his own path, they couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, they didn't have much chance of winning against such a genius. When Xiao Zhangtian reached the 23rd position, he stopped. This person is a reincarnated emperor. Not only that, there is still a deep hatred between the two. Xiao Zhangtian looked coldly at the reincarnated emperor in front of him. There was a slight anger in his eyes. The great emperor raised his eyes slightly and sneered. I didn't expect you to have such strength and be able to come to the world of Tianxiao. It seems that this emperor made a mistake. But even if your strength is good, if you find this emperor, you will only die. This great emperor made no secret of the killing intent in his eyes. Xiao Zhangtian looked at him coldly. As early as the first time I fought you, I said that I would definitely kill you with my own hands. I'm just here today to redeem my promise. The onlookers looked at Xiao Zhangtian with some dumbfounded eyes. A mere cultivation realm of the 6th level of Tribulation Realm. How dare you say such arrogant words as the reincarnated emperor with the hand blade? Do you really think he is a genius like Xiao Tianyuan? This young man has something. He dares to say such things, which shows how majestic he is. Heh, it doesn't matter if you have a majestic spirit. If you don't have strength, it's just a fart. Even if he can severely injure Tianjiao with one move, facing an existence like the reincarnated emperor will be a dead end. Don't tell me, with geniuses like Xiao Tianyuan and Xiao Jiangxin, I am already immune to the emergence of geniuses who kill the reincarnated emperor. Although this young man in black has some strength, he still has little chance of winning against the Blood Pond Emperor. Who knows what the final result will be until the last step. The Blood Pond Emperor is famous for his violent temper. Xiao Zhangtian has a grudge against him. Being able to escape from him proves that his strength is quite good. Countless people were moved by Xiao Zhangtian's words. The Blood Pond Emperor was furious upon hearing this. He was a mere emperor of an era, but he was actually humiliated by a local genius. What a shame! A person who is only at the 6th level of Tribulation Realm, dares to say such arrogant words as to kill this great emperor. It seems that this great emperor made you misunderstand something in the previous battle. The Blood Pond Emperor mocked him unabashedly. So what if he could defeat other geniuses with one blow? In front of him, he is just like an ant. The 6th level of the Tribulation Realm is enough. Xiao Zhangtian made a cold sound and directly threw the black coffin behind him. I saw the void around me trembling. Even the ground was shaking. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. This genius is truly terrifying. It's just a bluff. The Blood Pond Emperor sneered. Then his momentum exploded. I saw a monstrous mist of blood filling the sky instantly. A punch with blood-killing energy fell. Even the barrier of Tianjiao world has cracks. If it weren't for the pressure of the laws of heaven. At this moment, Tianjiao's world has collapsed because of this. The two collided. The Blood Pond Emperor's killing move was unexpectedly caught by Xiao Zhangtian. In a short period of time. At this moment, even the bloody Emperor's pupils showed a trace of fear. In just half a year. His growth rate is so amazing. If you can't kill it here, it will definitely be the biggest obstacle on his path of cultivation in the future. Therefore, the Blood Pond Emperor no longer concealed himself. Directly burst out his own strength. A huge cave of blood mist suddenly appeared behind him. There is a giant skeleton claw in the cave. The moment he burst out with momentum, the giant claw instantly moved towards Xiao Zhangtian. Faced with such a terrifying move, Xiao Zhangtian still looked calm. I saw the black coffin behind him shaking constantly. A heaven burial aura erupted from it. Another collision. The blood-pooled emperor was unexpectedly outmatched by his opponent and was knocked back dozens of steps. After stabilizing your body shape, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Zhangtian in horror. I am even more determined to kill him. The onlookers did not expect that Xiao Zhangtian had the strength to defeat the Blood Pond Emperor. In their opinion, being able to survive at the hands of the bloody emperor was already extremely impressive. Xiao Zhangtian looked at the Blood Pond Emperor with cold eyes. The murderous intent in his eyes completely erupted at this moment. I said I would take your life with my own hands, then the great immortal Deluo appeared here. You can't escape from my hands. Today, your death has come. At this time, the black coffin behind Xiao Zhangtian also slowly opened. There was a dark but deathly aura inside. Immediately afterwards, a huge black hole appeared in the black coffin. Just looking at it makes you feel like your soul is being swallowed. Even the Blood Pond Emperor showed some fear when he saw this scene. This black coffin actually has the ability to devour. The ability to swallow? Ha! I'm afraid that with your ability, You still can't swallow this great emperor. The giant claws behind the blood-pooled emperor grew larger again. The diffuse blood mist also carries a trace of aura that confuses one's consciousness. Naturally, everyone discovered that Xiao Zhangtian's way of folding the black coffin was unusual. But then I thought about it. It is absolutely unusual for a genius to carry a black coffin with him. That coffin makes people feel as if their soul is being buried. It made them even more afraid. Even if it is as powerful as the Blood Pond Emperor, it is estimated that he will not be able to escape from this black coffin. The huge claws of the Blood Pond Emperor suppressed Xiao Zhangtian's black coffin. The two sides are deadlocked here. Xiao Zhangtian ignored it. The black coffin behind him suddenly grew larger. Even the black hole with the power of devouring it grew bigger. Then the black coffin flew into the sky, directly covering the body of the bloody emperor. At this time, the Bloodpool Emperor also showed some fear. He missed the mark. Bodies riot. I want to kick this black coffin away. However, the black coffin seemed to have spiritual intelligence. It got bigger as his body grew bigger. In the end, it directly swallowed the Blood Pond Emperor. A terrifying aura of burial instantly spread into the heart of the bloody emperor. He tried his best to get out of it, but it was directly annihilated by this black coffin. Just a moment. The trembling black coffin fell into silence. Then the black coffin became the size of a palm. It fell into Xiao Zhangtian's hands. Then he opened the black coffin with a calm look. A doll-sized mummy fell out of it. The moment it landed, it turned into humanoid size. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly when they saw this scene. That turned out to be the mummified corpse of the blood-pooled emperor. Stronger than an existence like the Blood Pond Emperor. He was unexpectedly killed by a genius who was at the 6th level of the Tribulation Realm. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Although Xiao Zhangtian sucked the bloody emperor into a mummy, but he himself was no better. Because it is an over-level challenge. In addition, the devouring of the black coffin also requires its own strength. At this moment, Xiao Zhangtian was extremely weak. That's why the other geniuses looked strange. If an existence like Xiao Zhangtian were allowed to continue to grow, it must be the biggest obstacle on their path of cultivation. If you can kill it, it is a benefit and no harm to them. Besides, he is now at the 36th level. If you can defeat him. The other geniuses are thinking about this. They all had the idea of killing Xiao Zhangtian. At this time, Xiao Tianyun's voice came from the top of Tianjiao Peak. Brother from the Zhangtian clan is really talented, and he is worthy of Uncle Xian's favorite talent. We are also happy for you. As soon as Xiao Tianyun's words came out, the other geniuses also gave up the idea of challenging Xiao Zhangtian. If he is alone, then they will be fearless. But he happened to be the Xiao family's genius along with Xiao Tianyun and others. Even if they want to take action, they have to weigh it carefully. Not to mention the eyes of Xiao Yan, Xiao Yanyao, and others staring at them closely. As long as they dare to take action, the next person to be killed is him. At this time, Xiao Qingyun pointed in the direction of Xiao Zhangtian. The spiritual power he lost was instantly replenished. When everyone saw this, they gave up the idea completely. At the same time, all the creatures in southern Xinjiang were also shocked by this scene. It turns out that he is the genius of the Xiao family. No wonder he is so powerful. Although he is not as strong as Xiao Tianyun and others, he is already very rare at his age. Could this Xiao family really be the legendary family of luck? Who knows? Anyway, none of the geniuses from the Xiao family are easy to mess with. Of the 36 positions, the Xiao family occupies 8. Don't talk about them. In addition to the martial god Xiao Wuxi, the Xiao family also has a legendary head. Speaking of which, everyone was even more shocked and amazed. Forget about these onlookers. Even Xiao Xian himself was shocked by Xiao Zhangtian's operation. I thought he would be able to reach the bottom of the 36th rank on the list. Unexpectedly, it went directly to 23. He even swallowed a reincarnated emperor. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high quality. But he was also glad that he had a system plug-in. Otherwise, no matter how talented Xiao Tianyun and the others are, they are unparalleled. It is impossible to be invincible among so many geniuses. 2 days later, the list of 36 geniuses has also been determined. A golden light came from the sky. A powerful Taoist rhyme instantly enveloped Tianjiao Peak. Next moment, the geniuses who were not selected were expelled by this Taoist charm. Even if these geniuses still feel reluctant to give up, he can only be forced to leave the Tianjiao world. And those geniuses who stayed behind, there are extremely generous rewards. After expelling the geniuses who were not on the list of geniuses also appeared. 36th on the list of the 36 geniuses of southern Xinjiang, Fen Wuhan, the young master of the heavenly palace of all things in the sky. Cut yourself off and cultivate to the lower realm, and you will be rewarded with a drop of quasi-emperor's blood. As rewards are distributed, Fen Wuhan's name also fell at the end of the Tiandao list. Then under the horrified eyes of countless people, an empowerment of all heavens descended from the sky. Countless people are eager for such a reward. Heavenly enlightenment is already very rare. Not to mention the initiation of the heavenly ways of all heavens. There is even quasi-emperor essence and blood. That's quasi-emperor essence and blood. Something that many people dream of. At the same time, Fen Wuhan in the Vientiane heavenly palace received the irrigation from the heavenly empowerment. I suddenly felt relaxed. With the integration of the quasi-emperor's essence and blood, Fen Wuhan's cultivation level is constantly breaking through. The reward for the last place among the 36th level is already so terrifying. Not to mention those talented people who met in advance. All eyes were focused on the top 10 geniuses. What kind of terrifying reward should such an existence have? With the end of the heavenly initiation, Fen Wuhan's own courage is also constantly making breakthroughs. A terrifying aura instantly rushed into the sky. Next moment, a coercion belonging to the king of Zandao burst out from him. Then he slowly opened his eyes. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This time I not only obtained the quasi-emperor essence and blood, but also the mysterious quasi-immortal martial arts. Quasi-immortal martial arts are different from other divine weapon rewards. Even if the person dies, they cannot be taken away. But the martial arts are different. Even if it will be taken back by heaven. In front of a truly strong person, he has enough strength to copy them all. And this martial skill, it has the ability to drive countless powerful men crazy. By then, even the Vientiane heavenly palace will not be able to save him. After stabilizing his own momentum, Fen Wuhan turned his attention to the other geniuses. He who came in last already had such a terrifying reward. Not to mention other rankings. Thinking about this, a trace of jealousy flashed in Fen Wuhan's eyes. At the same time, the 35th name was announced on the Tiandao ranking. Biantian, the reincarnation of Emperor Biun, who received a drop of quasi-emperor's essence and blood, the initiation of the heavenly ways, and a set of mysterious martial arts. Then a golden light was projected on Biuntian's body. Under the enlightenment of the heavenly ways of all heavens, Biuntian's cultivation realm has also undergone tremendous changes. After the heavenly initiation is over, Biuntian felt the changes in his soul. Not only that, even the combat power has exceeded at least 10 times. This time the reward from heaven. It is something that even if he has practiced for hundreds of years, he cannot compare with it. Everyone looked enviously when they saw this. And the genius who was defeated by Xiao Zhangtian was even more regretful at this moment. If you let go and don't take action, He is still on the Taoist level, and he is the one receiving the reward at this moment. Instead of being picked up by the bastard Feng Wuhan. I thought he just needed to seize the time to repair his injuries. You can also sit firmly on the Taoist position. However, at this moment, this genius is filled with regret. Absolutely no. You shouldn't take action against Xiao Zhangtian. However, it is useless to regret now. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not FO. Chapter 116. Subsequently, the list of Tiandao ranking continues to be announced. 34th place, Luo Wuhan, the reincarnation of Emperor Wuhan, received the initiation of the heavenly Dao once. A drop of quasi-emperor's essence and blood, a piece of mysterious martial arts. 33rd. As the heavenly Dao initiations descended one after another, the reincarnated emperor, the emperor's son and the local genius are all making breakthroughs. The level of cultivation has increased infinitely. Until after 25. This phenomenon is even more terrifying. Not only does it have a longer period of heavenly enlightenment, even the rewards are even more terrifying. If it weren't for the rewards from the Tiandao ranking, it would be impossible to grab them. Not just the reincarnated emperor. Even the local geniuses and some powerful people. They will spare no effort to fight for it. 25th place, Titan, the reincarnation of the Titan Emperor, receiving a drop of the Emperor's essence and blood. One initiation of the heavenly Dao, one part of mysterious martial arts, and the key to mental skills. With the announcement of 25 rewards, everyone couldn't help but get excited. 25 previous rewards were already so terrifying. As a result, the 25 rewards were even more terrifying. If this goes forward, watching the changes in the Titan Emperor's momentum, everyone couldn't help but feel scared. 24th. Number 22, Wang Teng, the son of the great emperor, has awakened from his long sleep. Cut yourself off to cultivate your own realm, just for the sake of transcendence in this life, and reward you with a drop of the emperor's essence and blood. One initiation of the heavenly Dao from all heavens, one step of mysterious martial arts, and the mental formula. After Wang Teng's breakthrough, everyone in the Xiao family also looked nervously at the Tiandao ranking screen. Because the next one is to sell stolen goods. As Wang Teng's name fell on the Tiandao list, the next ranking of geniuses has also come out. Xiao Zhangtian of the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain is on the list of the 6th level cultivation realm of the crossing tribulation realm. As a reward, he will be rewarded with one initiation of the heavenly Dao, a drop of the essence and blood of the mysterious emperor, and a heart of the martial god. A piece of mysterious martial arts that strengthens the body and soul 3 times. With the announcement of the Tiandao ranking coming to an end, the radiance of the heavenly Dao initiation also fell on Xiao Zhangtian. Plus a drop of blood essence fused with the mysterious emperor. Xiao Zhangtian's cultivation realm is constantly making breakthroughs. The peak of the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the tribulation realm. Even after breaking through to the level of the King of Killing Dao, he never stopped. It is protected by the barrier of heavenly law. Xiao Zhangtian even avoided the 69 thunder tribulations that a breakthrough king would encounter. However, this is not the final result. Xiao Zhangtian's cultivation realm is still making breakthroughs. It wasn't until he broke through to the 3rd level of the Dao Killing King that he slowly stopped. This moment, those geniuses who originally looked down upon Xiao Zhangtian, his expression became very solemn. Even the reincarnated emperor and the emperor's son showed a bit of fear. People they originally looked down upon. There is such a huge room for improvement. The most they can do is break through the first and second levels. Even the improvement of combat effectiveness. However, Xiao Zhangtian has crossed a huge realm. Not counting the bonuses from other rewards. Even Xiao Zhangtian himself did not expect that the rewards from heaven would be so generous. After all he wanted was Xiao Xian's promise to go to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. And now he not only fulfilled his promise. He also received the essence, blood, and inheritance of the mysterious emperor. And took it all in. Everyone in the Xiao family was happy to see this scene. At the same time, I also look forward to the rewards of others. Even if they don't get it, they also have a sense of honor. As time passes slowly, the Tianjiao ranking on the Tiandao ranking has finally reached the 19th place. Number 19, Purple Gold Fire Cloud Eagle, the young master of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, with the blood of the Golden Winged Dapen in his body. Tamed by Xiao Qingyun into an exclusive mount, he received a drop of Emperor-level essence and blood. A heart of a golden winged rock, an improvement in body and soul, and a mysterious martial skill. With the descent of the heavenly enlightenment, everyone showed envy and jealousy in their eyes. This Taoist position of the purple gold fire cloud sculpture. Although there are countless people who can do it, but no one dared to step forward to fight for it. There is no way, who allows people to have a backstage. Otherwise, their fate would be the same as those two great emperors who died tragically. At the same time, the 10,000 Demons mountain range, which had been in seclusion for a long time, was now boiling. Several senior leaders of the 10,000 Demons mountain range were shocked by the scene in the Tiandao ranking. This time, the purple gold fire cloud eagle not only obtained the blood essence of the great emperor. There are also mysterious martial arts. This also proves that as long as he doesn't die, the future is limitless. A person who was once humiliated that the purple gold fire cloud eagle was domesticated into a mount. I couldn't help but sigh with emotion at this moment. Although the purple gold fire cloud eagle had relatively strong strength before. But with his strength, he wants to stand out among the many geniuses in southern Xinjiang. That is absolutely impossible. Not to mention getting rewards from heaven now. Even some young demon clans saw this scene. They all hope to have a strong enough human race. You can take yourself as a mount. In this way, like the purple gold fire cloud sculpture, they can achieve great fortune without practicing. It seems that the other geniuses of the Xiao family don't have mounts yet. Suddenly, a young demon tribe spoke with envy on his face. These words instantly aroused the response of most of the demon clan. Yes, if they are short of mounts, I would. The words are not finished yet. He was interrupted by a powerful man who was the Supreme Lord. The purple gold fire cloud sculpture is out of necessity. Do you practice well or not? He even thought about giving others a mount to gain something. It was really embarrassing to the demon clan. But he had just finished speaking. I saw that it was not just the young disciples of the Yao clan. Even some existences at the level of King of Dao Zhan showed envious eyes. Some even made no secret of their desire to be their mounts. If you serve as their mount, you can gain even more power. It is even expected to become a return to the ancestral golden winged rock. Then they still have some training. Wouldn't it be better to just serve as a mount for others? And he also has a powerful backer. Just like the purple gold fire cloud sculpture. Obviously his strength is not good, but he has a backer. Even existences like the reincarnated emperor and the emperor's son. They didn't dare to attack him. The demon king of 10,000 demons snorted coldly. He glanced disdainfully at the demon clan present. But deep down he felt a little regretful. My qualifications are not in Xiao Xian's eyes, let alone you, if you can. Why would I ever want to be this demon king? Wouldn't it be better to directly become Xiao Xian's mount and become the golden winged rock that returns to our ancestors? But he only thought about these words in his heart. After all, he is also the demon king of the demon clan. This bit of face is still needed. On Tianjiao Peak, the cultivation realm of the purple gold fire cloud eagle has broken through to the level of the Tao slaying king. At this time, he had turned into a large golden eagle. I saw a domineering aura belonging to a king bursting out from his body. A pair of wings exudes golden light. The wings gleamed in the light. If you look closely, it even has a sharp edge. Besides, even his eyes turned red. After the heavenly initiation is over, the cultivation level of the purple gold fire cloud eagle has also reached the 8th level of the Dao slaying king. Moreover, the golden winged Dapen bloodline in his body is also close to being fully activated. At this time, the purple gold fire cloud eagle already had the ability to break free from Xiao Qingyun's restraints. It's not just the demon clan people. Even the onlookers are waiting for the final decision of the purple gold fire cloud eagle. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out from his eyes instantly. Different from the blue eyes before. At this moment, his eyes have completely evolved into the red eagle eyes of the golden winged rock. Under the enlightenment of heaven, not only did he break through the realm, he also obtained the complete inheritance of the golden winged Dapen. At this moment, he was even challenging existences like the reincarnated emperor and the emperor's son. Can easily win. Even the restraint that Xiao Qingyun had strengthened on him could be easily broken away. However, he did not choose to break free. Even maintaining the form of the eagle, it transformed into a palm-sized shape and headed towards Xiao Qingyun and others. Then he thanked Xiao Qingyun. Thanks to the help of the master and several uncles, I am able to have such a good fortune. He is very aware of his current situation. If it weren't for Xiao Qingyun's previous domestication, it is simply impossible for him to come to the world of Tianjiao. Not to mention occupying a place on Tianjiao Peak. And after this period of getting along, he also discovered the differences between the Xiao family. Just the last trip to the secret realm was enough to shock him. If you can continue to follow Xiao Qingyun, even transcending the golden winged Dapen is not difficult. Everyone in the Xiao family was also impressed by the attitude of the Zhaijin fire cloud eagle. At this moment, they truly recognized the purple gold fire cloud eagle as a member of the Xiao family. I thought you would break free, but I made the right choice. Since you have chosen our Xiao family, we will naturally not treat you badly. Today is just an appetizer. Xiao Yanyao holds the Chifeng spear. Standing proudly, he looked at the purple gold fire cloud eagle. Even Xiao Yan rarely spoke. However, Diao, since you have chosen the Xiao family, you are now a member of the Xiao family. From now on, no one will be able to bully you, and you will not regret your choice today. Xiao Qingyun looked at the purple gold fire cloud sculpture lightly. I saw her take a slight step. A white golden light instantly enveloped the purple gold fire cloud eagle. A clear voice sounded in his consciousness. Since you chose me, I will not let you down. Today's reward from heaven is just a snack before the meal. In the days that follow, you will not only see how terrifying the Xiao family is, but you will also get a bloodline that is purer than the golden winged Dapen. Although the golden winged Dapen is an ancient mythical beast, compared to existences like Kyanki and Bifang bird, you are just an ant under their feet. Since you choose to continue to follow me, I will help you transcend in the future. After hearing this, Zhaijin fire cloud eagle. My mind was shaken. He knew Xiao Qingyun's strength. The other party has never made any commitment to anyone. However, today he said these words to him. It can be seen that this choice of mine was not wrong. If he can transcend in the future, then it's all worth it. Slowly lost over time. The release of the Tiandao ranking has also reached the final moment. The higher you go, the more generous the rewards from heaven will be. This made everyone envious and jealous. 10th place on the list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang, Mo Changjai, received a drop of blood essence from the titled Emperor. The physical body and soul are increased by 50%, the heavenly Deo is initiated once, and the mysterious boxing and martial arts are completed. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. The titled Great Emperor is a being even more powerful than the Great Emperor. The titled Emperor is not only the only quasi-emperor recognized by Tiandeo. It is even possible to become a quasi-immortal. The reincarnated emperors that appear now are just their self-proclaimed powers. The real emperor has the mark of heaven. Not only that, an existence like a quasi-emperor. In front of them, they are just like ants. The titled emperor is also the only one who is closest to a true immortal. Legend has it that Emperor Qi Tian became a quasi-immortal. Even if it's just a drop of his blood, it can destroy a whole world. Even a half-step quasi-immortal can be easily killed. At this moment, Mo Changjai not only obtained the essence and blood of the titled emperor. There are also heavenly enlightenment and mysterious martial arts. This is really the envy of countless people. The moment when the radiance of the heavenly enlightenment shines down, Mo Changjai felt extremely comfortable all over. The soul, body, and realm of cultivation were all loosened by this. After fusing the essence and blood of the titled emperor, he even felt the continuous breakthrough of his own combat power. At the moment when the heavenly initiation ends, Mo Changjai's cultivation realm directly broke through to the peak of the Deo Slaying King. Reached the half-step state of supreme dominion. The moment he opened his eyes, even the Supreme Lord was intimidated by his aura. Although Mo Changjai did not express anything in words, but his heart was filled with excitement. This time he not only obtained the essence and blood of the titled emperor, it was even passed down. But he didn't dare to talk about this inheritance. Because this is an existence that is enough to cause a bloody storm. The Tiandeo ranking then continued to announce the rankings of other geniuses. 9th place, Gu Hen, received rewards, a drop of essence and blood of the titled Great Emperor, 1 initiation of the heavenly Deo. The mysterious strongman inherits a copy, and the soul and body are increased by 50%. The moment when the golden radiance of the heavenly initiation ends, Gu Hen's cultivation realm also achieved a breakthrough. 8th place, Emperor Taixu, the reincarnated emperor, received the reward, 2 drops of blood essence of the titled emperor. The physical body and soul are increased by 60%, and the mysterious powerhouse inherits a copy. Then the golden light of the heavenly initiation fell on Emperor Taixu. After fusing the essence and blood of the titled emperor, Emperor Taixu slowly opened his eyes. Even for a being like him. At this moment, I couldn't hold back the throbbing in my heart. If this mysterious inheritance is known to others, I am afraid that even the strong men of that era will come to snatch it. Although it is not as good as the inheritance of a real immortal, but it was enough to cause countless people to suffer bloody injuries. Even if he is so strong, he still has no ability to protect himself. Look at the heart positions of the top 7 on the list of geniuses. Emperor Taixu felt a little regretful. Why didn't he fight for it before? Maybe it's not certain that he can win against those geniuses. In this way, these are not the only rewards he will receive from heaven. Maybe you can get the inheritance of a real immortal. Pity. What a pity. With the end of the name of Emperor Taixu, the ranking of the next genius also came out. Everyone looked intently at the Tiandeo ranking. I don't know what the reward will be this time. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not FO. Chapter 117. 7th place, Xiao Jinjian, a member of the Xiao family in Tianluo domain, will be rewarded with a stick of incense for the heavenly Deo enlightenment. 2 drops of the titled emperor's essence and blood will strengthen his body and soul 5 times. 1 piece of thunder god's heart, inherited by a mysterious and powerful person. Golden light fell from the sky. Jamal Xiao closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the Taoist throne. Feel the Taoist charm in the golden light. With the integration of the essence and blood of the titled emperor, Jamal Xiao felt like he was in a vast ocean. Even the Thunder Emperor's inheritance has undergone subtle changes. Then Jamal Xiao felt that his realm was loosening. A domineering aura belonging to the king burst out instantly. The first, second, and third level of the king of Killing Dao. He broke through until he reached half a step to the realm of supreme dominion and then stopped. And his combat power has soared 100 times due to the integration of the blood essence of the titled emperor. The changes in the scene made the onlookers stunned and shocked. Jamal Xiao was deeply immersed in the sea of consciousness. At this time, the sea of consciousness has been wrapped in the power of thunder. The immeasurable thunderous intention continued to impact Jamal Xiao's sea of consciousness. Gradually, the power of these thunders transformed into a tall middle-aged man. He is filled with immeasurable thunder power. The terrifying meaning of thunder is intimidating. Master! Jamal Xiao couldn't help but step forward and shouted in surprise. Apart from Xiao Xian, there is no one else who can be respected so much by Jamal Xiao. There was only the Thunder Emperor who transformed him. Thunder Emperor, the first person in ancient and modern times, not only became a quasi-immortal, but also a being who was one step away from transcendence. Lei De looked at Jamal Xiao with a calm expression. At the moment he saw it, a hint of surprise and appreciation flashed in his eyes. Next moment, he pointed at Jamal Xiao's forehead. A force of thunder swept through his body instantly. At this moment, Jamal Xiao had a deeper understanding of thunder. With the continuous understanding of the power of thunder, Jamal Xiao's whole body has also undergone tremendous changes. The moment he opened his eyes, an extremely domineering thunder aura instantly erupted. The powerful avenue of thunder soared into the sky. The immeasurable power of thunder continued to flash on his body. The spectators all around looked at the scene with dumbfounded eyes. After being baptized by the heavenly initiation and fused with the essence and blood of the titled emperor, his strength has become so powerful that it is impossible to predict. A trace of sadness appeared on Jamal Xiao's face. Even a being as powerful as the Thunder Emperor, there is no way to transcend. Is there really no transcendent person in this world? Think back to those reincarnated emperors and emperors. He will come to this life to seize the great opportunity even if he sacrifices himself to cultivate himself. Can they really succeed? If it were possible, why would an existence like the Thunder Emperor end at the moment of transcendence? Think about this. A trace of melancholy flashed through Jamal Xiao's heart. When his eyes fell on everyone in the Xiao family, a firm belief emerged spontaneously. His eyes swept over Xiao Tianyuan, Xiao Jiangxin, and Xiao Qingyuan one by one. Then he thought of the martial god Xiao Wuxi. And Xiao Xian, the head of the family, who has the ability to create secret realms. I was silently determined in my heart. I will definitely be able to transcend. Take the Thunder Emperor's share with me. Since there are legends of transcendence in the world, then there will definitely be someone who succeeds in transcending. He will eventually become a transcendent person. Then Jamal Xiao held the Thunder Emperor's inheritance tightly in his hands. The aura that erupted from Jamal Xiao completely shocked everyone in southern Xinjiang. This terrifying momentum is rare in my life. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid it will directly force him to approach the Supreme Lord. In my opinion, even Xiao Tianyuan and others may not be able to defeat him. The thunderous aura that erupted from his body actually made me feel like the Thunder Emperor. This kind of strength can intimidate a powerful person in other places. Everyone was impressed by Jamal Xiao. At this moment, I was in awe of him from the bottom of my heart. A cultivator with such terrifying thunder power will definitely become a quasi-immortal as long as he does not die. As Jamal Xiao's name landed on the heavenly list, the sixth place's name was also announced. Sixth place, Emperor Murongyi, from the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain, received the initiation of the heavenly Dao with a stick of incense. 3 drops of the titled Emperor's essence and blood, 1 heart of the martial god, the body and soul will be strengthened 7 times, and 1 copy will be inherited by the mysterious strongman. With the descent of the radiance of heavenly initiation, Xiao Junlin's own cultivation realm is also constantly improving and making breakthroughs. The momentum on his body couldn't help but burst out. Immediately afterwards, his cultivation level directly broke through the king's level, and it continued to rise. He didn't stop until he broke through to the 9th level peak of the Dao Slayer King. With the fusion of the titled Emperor's essence and blood, Xiao Junlin's combat effectiveness also increased 100 times. Even the method of Sun Wukong's external incarnation is more refined. Xiao Junlin slowly opened his eyes. The mysterious inheritance he obtained this time not only coincided with his previous life. It is more in line with his current practice, and even coincides with the insights in the secret realm. Another terrifying king is born. This kind of strength ranks first in other regions. This familiar aura makes me feel like an old friend. Don't tell me, I also feel that this guy is the Emperor Murong Yuhuang. Is it possible that the thief has also been reincarnated? That shouldn't be the case. I remember Yin Luo about that guy. Although their appearance has changed slightly, this aura makes me feel that they are the same person. Many reincarnated emperors who had contact with Xiao Junlin in his previous life began to doubt his identity. But this is what Xiao Junlin doesn't know. At this moment, he was looking towards Xiao Yanyao. He was the next one on the heavens list. Xiao Yanyao held Shifeng Qiang and supported his waist with one hand. He looked up at the heavenly Dao ranking with his head held high. I want to see what kind of strong person is qualified to leave the inheritance to me. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. Always talk nonsense. There were so many slutty words in the front, but in the end we ended up in 5th place. Since you have this ability, why not compete for the top spot? But everyone just complained in their hearts. After all, if that guy hears these words, a slutty operation is unavoidable. So everyone turned their attention to the heavenly Dao ranking. 5th place, Xiao Yanyao, from the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain, will be rewarded with a stick of incense and the heavenly Dao enlightenment. 4 drops of blood essence of the titled Emperor, the body and soul are strengthened 8 times, 1 heart of the god of war, 1 inheritance from the mysterious strongman. The radiance of the heavenly enlightenment descended from the sky. Xiao Yanyao looked at the light with bright eyes, a look of enjoyment on his face. It gives everyone the feeling that it is an honor for me to receive the initiation from heaven. Seeing this, everyone was speechless again. Immediately afterwards, terrifying momentum burst out from Kong Xiao Yanyao's body. Then a domineering momentum belonging to a king at the peak of his powers rushed into the sky. An aura of terror spread. I, Xiao Yanyao, am invincible in this world, who can suppress me? Red Peak Spear, Immortal Shield, kill all the immortal kings and destroy Jushan. Although I already know Xiao Yanyao's pretentious character. But I have to say, as soon as I said this, they were all shocked and even couldn't help but be impressed by these words. Everyone had to admit that Xiao Yanyao had enough strength to say such shocking words. Xiao Yanyao slowly opened his eyes. Sitting cross-legged on the Taoist throne, he began to digest this time's heavenly reward. As for the rest, it has to give people a sense of mystery. Although his imperial physique is all about showing off, he still has to act cool when he should. Really? Everyone saw that Xiao Yanyao stopped making any moves after saying these words. Once again, I was deeply shocked. The strong are the strong, even the pretentious words they say are so shocking. This guy needs to be strong and powerful, but he just has a mouth. But you have to admit that he is very powerful. There is no other one in this world. For these slanderous words, Kang Mang Mainlander even wrote a book specifically about them. The name of the book is Xiao Yanyao's Pretentious Quotes. Everyone laughed when they heard this, and then turned their attention to the Tiandao ranking. At this time, Xiao Yanyao's name had already landed on the heavenly Dao ranking. Fourth place, Xiao Yan, a member of the Xiao family in Tianluo domain, will be rewarded with 1.5 sticks of incense for the heavenly Dao enlightenment from the gods. Titled Great Emperor, 5 emperors of essence and blood, soul and body improved by 90%, heart of fire, inherited by mysterious and powerful people. The moment the radiance of heaven fell, there was a burst of sighs. Just because Xiao Yan's ray of light was actually fiery red, and the Taoist charm contained in it was even richer than others. At this moment, Xiao Yan was closing his eyes to feel the breath of Tao Yun. After merging the essence and blood of the great emperor, Xiao Yan's cultivation realm continued to make breakthroughs. He didn't stop until he broke through to the 9th level peak of the Dao Slayer King. And Xiao Yan was also immersed in the sea of consciousness of the heavenly Dao initiation. There are countless kinds of strange fires surrounding him, except for the dozen kinds that he swallowed himself. There are countless other kinds that can't be named. And the 3 fire seeds of the Samadhi true fire in his body are also changing. After a golden flame font flashed, Xiao Yan met the legendary Fire Emperor. I didn't expect it to be the inheritance of the Fire Emperor. With this inheritance, I have a deeper understanding of the power of fire. Fire Emperor, a being who is said to be one step away from transcendence. He is also a quasi-immortal being. His control over the power of fire can be said to be the best in the world. Being able to obtain his inheritance will undoubtedly add a big boost to my cultivation path. Until he slowly opened his eyes, a powerful aura of fire erupted from his body. A monstrous force of flames instantly broke through the sky. The powerful flame aura actually made the prodigy nearby feel the burning sensation of their souls. I feel that Xiao Yan's flame breath has the ability to burn the soul. Such a terrifying existence deserves to be called the Flame Lord. Yes, look at the flames burning around him. It can be said that he is a terrifying existence. Although Xiao Yan is not as good as Xiao Tianyuan, Xiao Qingyuan, Xiao Jiangxin, and others, his strength is unmatched by the geniuses of the same level. The Xiao family may really be a family of luck. Almost everyone's eyes were on Xiao Yan. If possible, they would even want to devour Xiao Yan. In this way, you can not only get his natural qualifications. Even this unparalleled power of fire can be taken for himself. Some strong men and powerful men looked at Xiao Yan with admiration and even possessive eyes. If only he could bring such a talented person into his family. Then his family will be more prosperous than now. However, Xiao Yan turned a blind eye to these glances. Then he closed his eyes and continued to digest the reward he had received this time. It was at this time. Several different rays of light suddenly shone down from the sky. Everyone looked at this change in surprise. I saw the brilliance of purple gold, platinum, and gold falling on the top 3. The changes in this scene shocked countless people. Just the Taoist charm contained in it already makes people yearn for it. Not to mention the rewards. The rays of light couldn't help but riot. The top 3 on the genius list were also announced at the same time. Third place, Xiao Jiangxin, a member of the Xiao family of the Tianluo domain, born with a sword heart and a born swordsman, with unparalleled attainments in swordsmanship. As a reward, he will receive 2 incense sticks of heavenly initiation, the heart of the sword god, 2 drops of quasi-immortal essence and blood, and his body and soul will be upgraded to the full level. 1 copy of the inheritance from the mysterious strong man, 1 copy of the supreme treasure. Second place, Xiao Qingyuan, a member of the Xiao family of the Tianluo domain, a born emperor, and will be rewarded with 2 incense sticks for the heavenly Dao enlightenment. 2 drops of quasi-immortal essence and blood, the soul and body will be upgraded to the full level, and a copy will be inherited by the mysterious and powerful person. 1 piece of the Emperor's heart, 2 copies of the mysterious supreme treasure. First place, Xiao Tianyuan, a member of the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain, received the 3 incense sticks of heavenly enlightenment. The soul and body are upgraded to full level, 1 heart of desolation, 3 drops of quasi-mortal essence and blood. 1 copy of the inheritance from the mysterious strong man, 3 copies of the mysterious supreme treasure. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. The essence and blood of the 33 geniuses behind them have already made countless people jealous. At this moment, the top 3 have even received quasi-mortal essence and blood. This is no longer a gap that can be bridged by hard work alone. Even if there is only 1 drop of quasi-mortal essence and blood, can destroy a world. Not to mention there are other rewards. Especially the supreme treasure technique, which starts from the supreme level of cultivation. This is something that even the reincarnated emperor may not be able to do. Even some great emperors could not comprehend a supreme treasure until their death. Not to mention that Xiao Tianyun alone obtained 3 copies of the supreme treasure. If there are no rules of heaven to stop it, I'm afraid those great emperors have already rushed forward to snatch it from Xiao Tianyun. One can imagine how jealous the supreme treasure is. And the existence of the supreme treasure also represents their future achievements. Those who achieve the title of great emperor. Everyone has at least 3 copies of the supreme treasure. And this is also the most basic magic to become a titled emperor. Hence the achievements of Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Qingyun, and Xiao Jiangxin. At least they are at the level of the titled great emperor, and even the titled great emperor is just their starting point. At this time, Xiao Jiangxin was bathing in the glory of the sword god. A feeling of refreshment came over him. The immeasurable power and charm of the sword enveloped his body. There were countless sword spirits surrounding him. Every sword spirit has a different understanding of the way of the sword. But it only appeared for a very short time. But these are not difficult for Xiao Jiangxin. He could remember it just by looking at it. Therefore, when these sword spirits disappeared, Xiao Jiangxin had already kept all the insights of these sword spirits in his heart. Until he turned all his understanding into his own. The moment Xiao Jiangxin opened his eyes, a strong man with terrifying sword energy appeared in front of him. Even from a distance, you can feel the immeasurable sword energy in him. Xiao Jiangxin was shocked. This is actually a quasi-mortal. Unexpectedly, the mysterious inheritance he received turned out to be that of a quasi-mortal. The quasi-mortal's swordsmanship understanding and Wang Lingguan's swordsmanship are different. Although both are practicing swordsmanship, but their understanding of the way of swordsmanship is different. Wang Lingguan is domineering and extremely aggressive. But this quasi-mortal titled emperor is reserved, but his explosive power is extremely strong. Therefore, Xiao Jian concentrated his mind. He began to understand the swordsmanship brought by this quasi-mortal titled emperor. As the figure of the quasi-mortal sword emperor disappeared, Xiao Jiangxin's understanding of the way of swordsmanship has also reached a terrifying level. At this moment, the sword energy raging around him was like the arrival of a sword god. In his soul, the mark of a quasi-mortal sword emperor appeared. This mark can not only increase his combat effectiveness 100 times. It also complements the swordsmanship he is currently practicing. Not only that, as the level of cultivation continues to improve, this mark has a terrifying side. It will also be gradually expanded. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not FO. Chapter 118. At this moment, Xiao Jiangxin felt as if he had been reborn. Endless sword energy erupted from the eyes, and even the pupils were covered with a layer of gold. And his cultivation realm directly broke through to the realm of half-step Supreme Master. Today, not only his combat effectiveness has increased 100 times. Even his physical body is stronger than anyone else at the same level. It is estimated that apart from Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Qingyun, and others, there is no one who can defeat him. Even the next level challenge is no problem for him. Xiao Wushi's sword flashed in his mind. I thought about it secretly, then shook my head. With his current state, he is still unable to face a being like the god of war. But given time, it will no longer be difficult to surpass the god of war. Until Xiao Jiangxin slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying sword energy around him slowly dissipated. But wherever the sword energy passes, there is a flickering sword intent. At this time, a terrifying momentum also erupted from Xiao Qingyun in front. A royal aura continued to rage from her body. Xiao Qingyun, who was bathed in the heavenly enlightenment, not only had a deeper understanding of the way of the Emperor. We even met the legendary Emperor of Heaven. That is an existence that everyone yearns for. The man who appeared in front of Xiao Qingyun at this time was wearing a bamboo hat and fishing in the lake nearby. There is no trace of a cultivator in him. But the moment he raised his head and looked at him, a pressure belonging to the Emperor burst out from his eyes. Even Xiao Qingyun, the reincarnated Empress, couldn't help but feel a little frightened in front of such a person. Although he has such an ordinary identity, he still has an undeniable feeling. Emperor of Heaven. The most mysterious figure in the world. Even Xiao Qingyun couldn't help but admire the legends and mysteries about him. And the heavens and heavens were also created by him. Although he has long since disappeared from all the worlds, his existence is unparalleled. Even a being like quasi-immortal could not survive under his hands. There are two rumors about the Emperor of Heaven. One is a successful transcendence, the other is a fall. And Xiao Qingyun knew it the moment he saw the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven has fallen. The reason why inheritance is called inheritance is because the former owner died. Therefore, Xiao Qingyun was shocked the moment he saw the Emperor of Heaven. Such a strong man can't escape. In that era when heroes were competing for hegemony, he came out on top. What kind of event, what kind of powerful power could bring about his downfall? Looking at the Daiyun figure of the Emperor of Heaven in front of him, Xiao Qingyun couldn't help but sigh. Then the Emperor smiled faintly and pointed his finger at her slowly. A powerful aura belonging to the Emperor of Heaven entered her mind instantly. Xiao Qingyun, who feels the power of Taoyun in it, can close his eyes and start to comprehend. It is different from Emperor Haoshan's way of the Emperor. The Emperor of Heaven is decisive in killing anyone who is unwilling to obey or contradicts him. He will kill everyone, even those who are not convinced by his strength or dominance. They would also be killed by him, and because of this, in that era when heroes were vying for the throne, even powerful beings like quasi-immortals became ministers of the Emperor of Heaven. All of this relies on his decisive killing and iron-blooded skills. Although Emperor Haoshan is stronger than him, but the other party is mostly forbearing and restrained in order to survive. In his time, there were not only the founders of the prehistoric era. There are also the 6 saints, all the veteran strong men, all of whom are above him. Even the body after death contains endless magical powers. Not to mention existences like the Monster Clan, the 12 Witch Ancestors, and Quafu. The strength of each one is no less than his. Under the simultaneous suppression of many forces, Emperor Haoshan struggled to survive. He had to endure to survive, even if his position as emperor was on thin ice. Don't forget to stick to your own persistence, and it is this persistence. This allowed him to firmly sit on the throne of Emperor of Heaven despite the coexistence of so many great powers. Reminiscent of the imperial ways of the two emperors. Two different momentums appeared in Xiao Qingyun's mind. One is domineering and powerful, while the other is restrained but still powerful. The two are different, but have a very similar aura. Xiao Qingyun realized the common atmosphere between the two, and merged their respective auras. Formed his own way of the emperor. In her mind, two supreme treasures were swirling. After returning this time, it is time to prepare to unify Tianzhou. Those big states have survived for such a long time. You should surrender to me. Xiao Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. A domineering momentum belonging to the emperor burst out instantly. And at this time, Xiao Tianyun was still immersed in the heavenly Dao initiation. Waves of desolate momentum constantly erupted from his body. In addition, it requires the fusion of 3 drops of quasi-immortal essence and blood, as well as the mysterious supreme treasure technique. It also takes a little longer than them. It is different from the terrifying aura displayed by others. Xiao Tianyun is more reserved, just like an ordinary person. Although they couldn't feel his changes, everyone knew that he had changed the most. The moment Xiao Qingyun looked at him, there is a feeling of being suppressed, which is unprecedented. Naturally, everyone in southern Xinjiang is aware of this change. Although Xiao Tianyun's momentum has not changed, I can feel that his combat effectiveness has improved. Obviously it's just the aura of an ordinary person, but there's something intimidating about it. I wonder what Xiao Tianyun has realized. Do you feel the aura of Xiao Jiangxin? It's like a sword with spiritual wisdom. Other sword moves seemed pale and feeble in front of him. What's more, when he stood there, I felt a terrible kendo aura coming towards my face. Yes, we are both swordsmen, but he has the ability to suppress me. The aura of Xiao Qingyun makes me feel like I want to kneel down and surrender. A woman who has cultivated to this level is truly a master. This time, the Xiao family is at the top of the list of geniuses. The Xiao family has not received as many heavenly rewards as him in the entire southern Xinjiang combined. The Xiao family really has something to offer. Almost everyone in southern Xinjiang is discussing the Xiao family's harvest this time. Many people even think that the Xiao family's strength and materials, it can already be ranked among the top few giants in the vast continent. They can't even imagine it. After this time, the strength of the Xiao family will soar. Until Xiao Tianyun's name fell behind the Tiandao list. This time, the southern Xinjiang 36 talents list is truly over. But what awaits them is the next Tianjiao battlefield. And these 36 geniuses will compete more fiercely. The list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang is over, and the genius battlefield will officially open half a year later. 36 geniuses compete for the top 10 on the genius list, and the top 10 will receive generous rewards. The potential genius list will be opened in 1 year, and will be directly selected by the Tiandao ranking to receive generous rewards. Note, the king list and the genius list cannot be occupied at the same time. After the few lines of golden deed writing on the heavenly Dao list gradually disappeared. Only then did everyone recover from their surprised expressions. The 36th Tianjiao also showed different expressions after seeing this announcement. The genius of the Xiao family appears this time. His strength not only amazed them, but also fundamentally affected their self-esteem. In the same way, it also puts more pressure on them. Especially the young man in black who had transcended the tribulation realm gave them an unprecedented sense of oppression. They need to continue to practice before they have a certain chance to compete with the Xiao family's geniuses. With the end of the Tiandao ranking, Tianjiao Peak and Tianjiao World are also slowly collapsing. And these geniuses were sent out one by one. All the great geniuses were sent back to their respective areas. Xiao Xian looked at the talented people who had returned home with a smile. The performance this time is good, and the harvest is huge. Let's take advantage of this time to digest it quickly. Everyone saluted Xiao Xian. But what surprised them was, even though their cultivation realm at this moment has reached the level of half-step Dao killing king, but he still couldn't see through Xiao Xian's cultivation realm. Not even the slightest change can be seen. This had to surprise them. You must know that Xiao Xian is at the same level of cultivation as them. But even before that they had integrated the knowledge of the secret realm, plus the various inheritances this time. B-2 at H. Xiao Xian still didn't change at all in front of them. This is really shocking. But their investigation was not disrespectful to Xiao Xian. On the contrary, he wanted to catch up with Xiao Xian quickly. But this time's investigation made them more determined to follow Xiao Xian's footsteps. Xiao Xian naturally knew about these little guys probing of him. After seeing everyone leaving with horrified expressions on their faces, Xiao Xian also returned to the room and began to receive the reward this time. Ding, the system detected Xiao Tianyuan, Xiao Jiangxian, Xiao Qingyuan, Xiao Junlin, Xiao Jinjian, Xiao Yanyao, Xiao Zhangtian, and others won the ranking of the 36 prodigies of southern Xinjiang. Obtain blessings from heaven, automatically convert them into redemption points, gain massive luck, and upgrade your cultivation level to the 9th level of the Supreme Lord. Obtain 6 books of supreme treasures, 6 drops of quasi-immortal essence and blood, and the soul and body were fully upgraded. Ding, since the host has not broken through the realm for a long time, the realm of the current reward is temporarily stored in the system. It will be distributed after the host successfully breaks through. Come on, host. The last words of the system made Xiao Xian's mouth twitch uncontrollably. Why are you so quick when deducting redemption points? Now when it's time to distribute it, certain conditions must be met. But the redemption point rewards this time are indeed extremely generous. Including the previous exchange points, he now has more than 3 million in hand. Coupled with the continued dominance in the following months, he can also get millions of redemption points. In other words, to the end of the king list, he will have nearly 4 million exchange points in his hands. Now I have enough redemption points to redeem that secret realm. You can even paint well. Give these little guys a better chance. Then Xiao Xian retracted the wrinkles exposed at the corners of his eyes. He also told Xiao Jianfeng and other 9 elders that he was preparing to break through in seclusion. Then he redeemed a perfect realm-breaking pill from the system to prepare for a breakthrough. Although his current cultivation level is already killing the Tao King, it even has the ability to leapfrog and kill the Supreme Master level power. But this is only a high probability event. If he were to meet a truly powerful person, let alone fight against him, being able to escape from them is a matter of skill. Therefore, only by continuous breakthroughs can we go further and further on this road. At this time, he has entered a state of retreat. The momentum on his body is also constantly breaking through towards the Supreme Lord. At the same time, the Xiao family's genius has not yet digested the rewards he received this time. Although they only occupied 1 spot on the heavenly Dao ranking, but the luck and fortune this quota brought them was immeasurable. Plus the family luck rewarded by the system. There are people in the family who are constantly making breakthroughs. Some even cross a small realm. The genius of the Xiao family also entered a state of seclusion and practice. Even Xiao Zhangtian rushed back from outside. But first he went to Xiao Xian's yard and saw him practicing in seclusion. Then he came to the enlightenment room and practiced in seclusion. However, Xiao Qingyun was uncharacteristically different. Not only did he not practice in seclusion, but he also led his army to attack several large states around him. 2 large states were recovered in 3 days. Then they took advantage of the situation and recaptured several other major states. The whole process took less than 10 days. Nowadays, the Nanming dynasty is another title of Tianzhou. The news of Xiao Qingyun's annexation of several other large states quickly spread in southern Xinjiang. At this time, in the heavenly palace of Vientiane, Feng Wuhan summoned a group of high-level elders from the Vientiane heavenly palace in the meeting hall. At this time, his cultivation realm has broken through to the half-step Supreme Master level. The aura erupting from his body makes even the Supreme Lord fear him. This time in the Tiandao ranking, Feng Wuhan occupied the last place. But no one dared to say anything, because he snatched the last one from someone else. You must know that Feng Wuhan was sent down by people from the world of heaven. Before that, he even committed suicide, just to get a great opportunity in the 36 prodigy list. Feng Wuhan was sitting at the top with a solemn expression at this moment. This scene made a being like martial god very uneasy. This time in the competition for the prodigy list, not only a large number of reincarnated emperors and emperors' sons emerged, but there are even local geniuses with unparalleled talents. Under such competition, even this holy son only achieved the last level. Still snatched it? Feng Wuhan thought about this, and his expression became more solemn. If the young man in black hadn't seriously injured the last one, how could he have this chance to win the last place? And the young man in black is only capable of transcending the tribulation realm. Not to mention those in the top 10. Although I have broken through to the peak of Dao Slaying King, those geniuses are also breaking through. If you want to surpass them, you must keep making breakthroughs. But ordinary cultivation can no longer catch up. When Feng Wuhan thought of this, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness emerge from the bottom of his heart. He even regretted cutting off his own cultivation, but not cutting off his realm of cultivation. There is absolutely no possibility for him to participate in the competition for the 36 talents list. How are the preparations for the 9 yin body? Now this is the only way to help me compete for the top 10 geniuses. The 9 yin body is to look for 9 women with the most yin body, all of whom are virgins. In addition, the lives of thousands of creatures were sacrificed in a special and ancient way. Raise your cultivation level to a critical point in a short period of time. A martial god trembled when he heard Feng Wuhan's question. Then he took a step forward. There's still one more to go. Feng Wuhan looked at him coldly. Just one look made this martial god feel the aura of death. 9 yin bodies are hard to find, and a perfect body is needed. This incident was done in secret. It is too difficult to find them. It is not easy to find these 8 people. Feng Wuhan opened his mouth, then sighed. What he said was not unreasonable. It is very difficult to find even in the heavens, let alone the vast continent. At this time, another warrior god stepped forward. Reporting to the Holy Sun, although the last one has not been brought back, we have found her location. It's just that her origins are unusual, so we don't dare to take action easily. Feng Wuhan said coldly, is there anyone in the world who is more powerful than my Wangxiang celestial palace? The martial god smiled bitterly, it's not too powerful, but it's just a bit difficult to deal with. That person is from the Xiao family. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not FO. Chapter 119. Feng Wuhan was obviously stunned when he heard this. He remembered that in the world of heaven, the bloodline of the Xiao family did not continue here. Where did the Xiao family come from? When the god of war saw Feng Wuhan's face full of doubts, he smiled bitterly in his heart. The Xiao family in the Tianluo domain, the Xiao family with the martial god. The Xiao family ranks among the top 7 in this prodigy list. Feng Wuhan only reacted after hearing this. For a moment, I thought of the strength of those people I saw in Tianjia world. Even the geniuses in the tribulation realm have the ability to kill the reincarnated emperor. Not to mention the terrifying existence of the first 7. Especially Xiao Tianyuan, not even Emperor Taixu allowed him to reveal his true strength. Think of this. Feng Wuhan felt his head was buzzing. Why did it happen to be the Xiao family? He was definitely not afraid that Feng Wuhan would have such thoughts. He had seen too many things in all the worlds before, so he had to be careful. Although the Xiao family is not as strong as the Wangxiang Tiangong, but it is definitely not something that their Vientiane heavenly palace can suppress. Maybe even if they push you too hard, they will kill you. It's not that they don't have this confidence. There are really too many things like this happening in this world. Not only in the vast continent, but also in the world of the heavens, There are countless things like this where ordinary geniuses destroy the powerful. And the existence of these people or families. They are collectively called the Son of Destiny. So even the old clans and forces. When you really want to confront someone, you will investigate their background and power. The purpose is to avoid such a thing from happening. If the other party is still in the growth stage, they will eradicate it. If you can fight them, but really take action. If both sides lose, they will choose to marry to control. And the Xiao family no longer belongs to either of these two. Not only is he blessed with good luck, but each of his geniuses is more terrifying than the last. There is also a martial god sitting in charge. Let him continue to grow, and maybe he will surpass the Vientiane heavenly palace. But now he urgently needs a woman with a Nine-yin body. If he really wanted to do it because of the Xiao family, he might have to involve himself in it. This made Fen Wuhan extremely distressed. Is that woman a direct descendant of the Xiao family or a collateral descendant? Fen Wuhan stroked his forehead. Asked somewhat irritably. If it's a side branch, they might be able to try tough measures. But if it's a direct lineage, the matter becomes tricky. When the god of war heard this, the smile on his face suddenly looked like he had eaten coptis. Originally, the woman was a descendant of the Xiao family, but since the Xiao family introduced the clan rules of strength and talent, that woman relied on her outstanding strength and qualifications to become a direct descendant of the Xiao family. Not only everyone present, but also Fen Wuhan was a little confused. Determine the direct lineage and collateral lineage based on strength and talent? This is simply unheard of. The god of war told them the results of his investigation in detail. Since Xiao Xian became the head of the family, he has promoted the distinction between direct and collateral lines based on strength and talent. All young children of the Xiao family enjoy the same resources, even the son of the family head is no exception. After a certain age, a comparison will be made. Those with extraordinary strength and talent will be compared. Even a descendant of the collateral line can become a direct descendant, but those who are not strong enough or talented cannot. Even the sons of the family head will still be divided into collateral families, and these people will be sent to other parts of the Xiao family. Or the Nanming dynasty, which is responsible for corresponding management and other matters based on its own cultivation. As for those who are extremely talented, they only need to be responsible for their cultivation, and the family will not only provide them with all the cultivation resources. They will even come forward to help them solve some difficult problems, and they only need to take action when the family is in trouble. Everyone couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. The Xiao family values the genius so much, and the person they want is from the direct lineage. If you want to get someone from their direct lineage, I'm afraid the Xiao family will spare no effort to confront their Vientiane heavenly palace. After Fen Wuhan heard this, his frown deepened. He could even imagine what happened after he captured the direct descendant of the Xiao family. What kind of actions would the Xiao family do to him? So he couldn't help but said, if it doesn't work, just look for another one. Anyway, there are still more than half a year, even if that person's cultivation level is not enough. Even if she is a fool, bring her back. There is no shortage of medicinal materials in the Vientiane heavenly palace. When the time comes, you can just use medicinal herbs and elixirs to pile them on. This Xiao family, don't mess with it if you can. Even Fen Wuhan said don't mess with the Xiao family. This shows how powerful the Xiao family is now. When the three martial gods heard this, they looked at each other and almost cried. This time among the 9-yin body daughters, there is a stupid fool who was obtained by using drugs. And after we found the direct descendant of the Xiao family, we also looked for other people. But nothing was found. Although we had found it in other places, when we went to look for it, the man's breath suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated, but he was not dead. Then we looked for other places, but found that there was no 9-yin body in the entire vast continent. At this time, The atmosphere at the scene became extremely strange. They didn't need this martial god to explain, they knew the reason. A person's breath cannot disappear for no reason. Unless that person dies or uses a strange treasure to hide his aura. But in front of powerful exotic treasures and the god of war, it is impossible not to show any aura. But that person did not die. Not even a 9-yin body can be found in the vast continent. So there is only one possibility. Tiandao was already aware of what they were about to do. And this thing is their warning. Because what they are going to do can be said to be tragic. There were too many people to sacrifice. This kind of sacrifice was rare even in ancient times. Not to mention the vast continent today. Thinking of this, Feng Wuhan's hand holding his forehead showed veins. Does it mean that the only way to complete the sacrifice is to bring this direct descendant of the Xiao family? The three martial gods were silent for a while. Then a Tao-killing king stepped forward. Holy Son, actually we can choose to marry them. The words of the king of Zandao did not cause much splash. Considering how much the Xiao family values their direct lineage, how could they give up a talented person for a mere marriage? According to the Xiao family's rules of dividing direct and collateral lines, that woman's talent must be amazing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to become a direct lineage from a side lineage by relying on strength and talent. This god of war naturally knows what everyone is thinking. That woman is indeed a stunningly talented person in the Xiao family. She even competed in the Xiao family's dragon and tiger rankings. She is also among the best. Although she is extremely talented, if we marry them, they may not refuse. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but become more confused. The Tao-killing king said with a slight smile, maybe others can't, but what if it's the Holy Son? A little prodigy can marry the Holy Son of the Vientiane heavenly palace. Is this something that many people dare not even think about? Everyone was obviously stunned when they heard this, and then turned their attention to Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan's expression did not change. Therefore, the Tao-killing king continued to speak. The woman will be sent out by the family to complete tasks every once in a while. The time and place are not specified. We can just use this excuse to create a chance encounter of love at first sight. Although the woman's appearance is not as stunning as Xiao Qingyun, she can still be regarded as a beauty. At that time, Wang Xiang Tiangong will need to forge a fake marriage certificate and send it to the Xiao family to trick the woman into coming over. On the day of the wedding, it was also the time for the woman to sacrifice. If the Xiao family asked about it then, we can say that there are important matters in the world that require the Holy Son to go back and deal with, but you are not worried about the safety of that woman. Then send the woman to the heavens first. When the next entrance opens, you will accompany her. At that time, they will not have too many doubts. After all, they do not have the manpower in the heavens. Even if they enter the heavens in the future, how long has it been since this happened? Even if the Xiao family uses this excuse to cause trouble for us, with our power in the heavens, isn't it easy to deal with the small Xiao family? In the vast continent, we may be afraid. But after going to the heavens, no matter how capable the Xiao family is, can they be as powerful as our Wangxiang celestial palace? By then, let alone annihilating the Xiao family, we would seize all the luck of their proud son for his own use. What can the Xiao family do to us? If they treat us as the reincarnated emperor and are easy to bully, you are just seeking your own death. The god of war told the plan in his heart in detail. After everyone heard this plan, they felt a little excited. They are afraid of the Xiao family because they are very powerful in the vast continent. But what if you go to the heavens? It's not as simple as crushing an ant. Even Feng Wuhan smiled a little after hearing this plan. Let's proceed according to this plan. When it is completed, I, the Holy Son, will be rewarded heavily. As long as he can complete his great cause, let alone marry him because he lowers his noble status. Even if the opponent is a monster, he can still assume another posture. Upon hearing this, the Tao-killing king immediately knelt down and thanked him. When the three martial gods next to him saw this, they all looked at him with some jealousy. If they knew about this plan in advance, would it be his turn to show off here? Fen Wuhan now just wants to seize the time to complete the sacrifice. Judging from what Kong had done before, Tiandao had already noticed them. If it can't be completed at once, don't say that the Xiao family will cause trouble for them. Even heaven will send down punishment. What is that woman's name? What is her status in the Xiao family? Are there other brothers and sisters? Fen Wuhan, who grew up in the heavens, is extremely sensitive to this point. The Tao-slaying king once again took a step forward and snatched away the words of the three martial gods. Returning to the Holy Sun, the woman's name is Xiao Kinga. She is the daughter of a small branch of the Xiao family. Because of her extraordinary talent, she was converted into a direct line. There is nothing special about him other than having a younger brother who is talented but can be said to be stupid. But if you want to talk about it, it is his brother who is stupid and stupid. For some reason, he was actually attracted by Xiao Xian and asked him to stay in his courtyard as a handyman. Even his sister got Xiao Xian's special attention because of this. If it is really special, it can only be said that these two siblings are very lucky. Everyone showed a look of disdain when they heard this. Even the three martial gods were unhappy with him. But the Dao Zhan king simply ignored their gazes. He had worked so hard for this moment. Although the Xiao Kinga's strength is good, it cannot be compared with a genius like Xiao King Yun. The difference was not even a little bit worse, not to mention that she got Xiao Xian's special regard. Or because his younger brother is a handyman beside him. His brother is just a stupid waste. In this way, his road to marriage can be said to be smooth. Then just give that small branch some generous gifts. Not only will they be grateful to themselves, but they may even surrender to themselves because of it. Thinking of this, Fen Wuhan nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the Tao Zhan king who was kneeling on the ground and took out a pill. This is a perfect UN guarding pill. After taking it, your cultivation realm will also break through to the Supreme Lord. This can be regarded as a small reward for you. You have done a good job in this matter. From today on, you can work exclusively for this holy sun. The Tao-killing king was overjoyed when he heard this, and even kowtowed directly to Fen Wuhan to express his thanks. It looked very much like a dog. This directly caused Fen Wuhan to laugh, and then Fen Wuhan threw a few pills on the ground. The Tao-slaying king also crawled on the ground like a dog and picked it up. Fen Wuhan smiled even more cheerfully when he saw this. After Fen Wuhan left, the Tao-killing king put on an arrogant face. Not to mention everyone present. Even the three martial gods he didn't respect as much as before. Now he is the famous person next to Fen Wuhan. Even if these people couldn't stand him anymore, they couldn't do anything to him. What he can do, these gods of war cannot do. Thinking of this, the Dao Zhan king passed by the three martial gods. He must seize the time to break through, so that he can stay with Fen Wuhan for a long time. The three martial gods spat at the departing figure of the Tao-killing king. A dog really thinks of itself as a character. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace has planned a huge conspiracy against the Xiao family. Xiao Xian was naturally unaware of this. At this time, he was taking the final step to break through to the Supreme Lord. The image of Tathagata behind him gradually evolved towards the appearance of Pangu. In the cave sky, the natal Dharma image became more terrifying and huge. Even the chaotic winter has changed from its original small world. It became the size of a state, with Xiao Xian's breakthrough in strength. This chaotic cave world will continue to expand. The momentum contained inside will also become more terrifying. When the natal Dharma image in the cave stopped rioting, the expansion of the chaos cave world also stopped. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura of the Supreme Lord burst out from it instantly. But Xiao Xian did not stop immediately. Instead, he threw the quasi-immortal essence and blood obtained this time into the chaotic cave world. These 3 drops of essence and blood are a treasure to others. But to him, Xiao Xian, it was just a few drops of ordinary blood. Being thrown into the chaos cave world can also help improve his natal dharma. What's more, now he not only has the blood of Sun Wukong and Erlang Shen in his body. There is also a trace of Pangu's physique. Although the quantity is not much, the quality is incomparable to the essence and blood of the quasi-immortal. The chaotic cave world behind him has also undergone tremendous changes after the fusion of quasi-immortal essence and blood. The originally ethereal feeling gradually became solid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Supreme Master, the inventory rewards will now be distributed. Immediately afterwards, a series of insights entered Xiao Xian's body instantly. The endless Taoist rhyme enveloped Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian's cultivation level also continued to explode at this moment. It was not until he reached the peak state of the Supreme Lord that he slowly stopped. At the same time, his physical body and combat power also increased more than 100 times. And during the month when Xiao Xian was practicing in seclusion, there was a strong man who came to look for Xiao Xian and challenge him. In the previous battle for the king's list, this powerful man was knocked down by Xiao Xian. Although he came to challenge, he could no longer be among the kings. But his dignity as a half-step supreme master told him he must prove his strength to the world. At the same time, Xiao Xian must understand the absolute gap between him and himself. However, he had just stepped outside the Xiao family's barrier. Before he could even finish his words of challenge, he was burned to ashes by Fang Niao's flame. Everyone was also completely shocked by this scene. At the same time, many reincarnated emperors gave up the idea of challenging Xiao Xian. Don't even get close to him, and he was beaten to death by those pets. Even Fang Niao is reasonable, and he is still a ferocious beast after all. If you are bitten to death by a roaring dog, you will die in such a miserable way. The reincarnated emperor and son of the emperor couldn't even defeat a dog. What a humiliation it is to be bitten to death by a dog. At this time, Xiao Xian also slowly woke up from seclusion. Then enter the system to view your own details. Name, Xiao Xian. Identity, head of Xiao family in Tianluo domain. Cultivation realm, the peak realm of the Supreme Lord. Magic weapon, unparalleled divine weapon Waning Moon Sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal path, powerful and dragonless. After completing the practice, you can cut through the void with the sword. 9-turn golden body, 4th level peak, sun fire, thunder domain. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingxi Hall, Family Residence, 10,000 Swords Grotto, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment Heavenly Monument, Wanzhang Medicine Peak, and Family Ancestral Tombs. Supernatural powers, Bei's Hang, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10,000s, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. Now he has reached great perfection in the field of swordsmanship. If you want to continue to break through, you can only condense the mark of swordsmanship. The mark of swordsmanship can only be achieved after condensing the personality of a god. But this is also a very small number of existences in the world of heavens. And the god of war is the transitional stage that distinguishes the Hunyuan saint from the unparalleled quasi-emperor. The gap between the two is like a titled emperor and a quasi-immortal. Although the god of war is powerful, he only proves that he has a certain strength to break through the unparalleled quasi-emperor. If you want to continue to advance and become a peerless quasi-emperor, it will be almost impossible to reach the sky. And if you want to ascend to the world of heavens, you can only reach the level of peerless quasi-emperor. Otherwise, let alone entering the world of heavens. Even the ancient river of stars that blocks the boundless world and the world of the heavens can swallow them up. Even those who come down from the world of heavens must cultivate themselves. This is also the main reason why so many saints from the heavens and worlds come to the vast continent and commit suicide to cultivate themselves. Otherwise, with their strength, they could easily cause a bloody storm in the vast continent. Even if they don't cultivate themselves, they will still be suppressed by heaven. The stronger the realm of cultivation, the more severe the suppression of heaven will be. The unparalleled quasi-emperor is called the divine realm, the supreme emperor is called the holy realm, and the Hedeo realm is the Zun realm. The Zhengtian is the imperial realm, and those reincarnated emperors were the imperial realm before this. Among these realms, there are 4 smaller realms. The unparalleled quasi-emperor is divided into 4 smaller realms: God-man, God, God-king, and God-emperor. The supreme emperor is divided into 4 realms: Saint, Great Saint, Saint King, and Saint Emperor. The realm of Hedeo is divided into 4 realms: Venerable, Tianzun, Wangzun, and Huangzun. In the Zhengtian realm, there are quasi-emperors, great emperors, titled great emperors, and quasi-immortals. Above the Zhengtian is the true fairyland, which is the realm of the legendary immortal. However, this realm is only a legend so far. Even powerful men like Thunder Emperor, Kishan Emperor, and Fire Emperor. Nor can we achieve a true fairyland. The god of war is the division between mortals and gods. It is also the watershed between the cultivation of the vast continent and the world. As long as you practice to reach the realm of the god of war, even if it is just a ferocious beast, it still has the qualifications to step on the ancient river in the starry sky. But the starry sky ancient river is not just a road leading to the world of the heavens. There are not only ancient star beasts here, but also martial gods who died here. Even the God King. Their remaining souls will not only tempt the minds of those who come. He would even choose to seize the body when the martial god's mind was severely damaged. Although the road to the starry sky ancient river is full of thorns. But when they stepped into the world of heavens, there is endless creation. It is not difficult for Tianzun, Wangzun, and Huangzun. It is more likely that powerful beings like the Kishan Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, and the Fire Emperor will appear. Even become a quasi-immortal. This is why so many martial gods know that the ancient rivers in the starry sky are dangerous. The main reason why I still want to go to Yubo before I die. Xiao Xian thought about this and stopped thinking. Although he is only one step away from the god of war. But his goal is far more than the god of war. What he wants is the legendary immortal realm. Even a transcendent immortal. Before that, he needs to continuously accumulate strength to prepare for the later stage. Then I checked the exchange points I currently have. By the time the king list is over, he will have close to 4 million redemption points. Take back your thoughts. Xiao Xian walked out of the room. But what followed was a series of complaints. This old immortal actually broke through to the peak of supreme dominance. Damn it, how did he practice? With the blessing of elixirs and various natural materials and rare treasures, I may not be able to break through so much in half a year. This old turtle actually broke through in a month. Damn it, look what I'm doing. You won't hear what I'm thinking again. Damn it, I am halfway to become the supreme master. How can this old bastard still hear my voice? Now even this bit of freedom has been taken away. When Xiao Xian heard this, he almost moved his waist. I was about to go over and teach this little guy a lesson. I saw Xiao Ji Unfeng rushing over from outside. Such rude behavior is not a good thing for Xiao Ji Unfeng, who abides by etiquette. It still rarely happens, which shows that he came here for something extremely important. Master, I just received the message that the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and a large number of people came to my Xiao family to propose marriage. Now at the border of Tianzhou, about to arrive at the Xiao family, it seems that he is still the holy son of Wangxiang Heavenly Palace. Xiao Jianfeng originally wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Xiao Xian about the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Unexpectedly, the other party actually took action first. Xiao Xian raised his eyebrows, obviously not taking it seriously. Proposing marriage? The only person in the Xiao family who can impress the Holy Sun is Qingyun. Xiao Xian thought of the expressions of admiration for Xiao Qingyun shown by the emperors in the Tiandao list. He couldn't help but pout, his Qingyun girl is not worthy of even the Holy Son of Wangxiang Tiangong. Xiao Junlin almost fell down when he saw Xiao Xian's appearance. No, 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 this guy actually doesn't even look down on the Holy Son of Wangxiang Tiangong? You must know that Wangxiang Tiangong is an old clan that has been standing since ancient times, even my previous life must be fearful. But the old bastard is not a human being, so it is normal not to take Vientiane Heavenly Palace seriously. But when Wangxiang Tiangong comes to propose marriage at this time, there is definitely a conspiracy. Does it fall in love with Xiao Qingyun? Don't say that the old bastard will take action. Even Xiao Qingyun, that female devil, will not make the people of Wangxiang Heavenly Palace look good. Xiao Junlin looked as if the matter had nothing to do with him. I kept complaining in my heart. If Xiao Xian hadn't been hindered by Xiao Jianfeng being here, he would have just said that he was not a human being. I've already given this guy a fat beating. Xiao Jianfeng heard this and hurriedly explained to Xiao Xian. The saint of Wangxiang Heavenly Palace, Feng Wuhan, is not interested in Xiao Qingyun, but Xiao Qingge. It is said that he fell in love with Xiao Qingge at first sight when Xiao Qingge was practicing abroad. After returning to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace, I couldn't sleep day and night, but the Heavenly Dao ranking was about to be released. That's why we put off proposing marriage until now, Xiao Jianfeng said and glanced at Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin was originally standing at the door holding a broom and listening to the gossip. When I heard these words, I almost ran away. Your grandma is such a bastard, how can you tell a lie and not know how to draft it, although my sister has good qualifications and talents. But I'm afraid it's not that easy for you, Wangxiang Heavenly Palace, to come to propose marriage with such great fanfare. As long as you wave, let alone beauties, even saints will lick you and come up to you. It's fair to say that Xiao Qingyun is, after all, the monarch of a country and a legendary genius. Even if it doesn't work out, you can still find an excuse to join forces. Wait a minute, my old sister has a 9-yin body, and was born in the yin year, yin month, yin day, yin time. When he was born, thousands of ghosts cleared the way for him, and he was even almost taken away from his body. And the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace was looking for the girl with the perfect body of 9 yins. Hurrah! Why is this guy here to propose marriage? It's obvious that he wants to sacrifice my sister under the guise of proposing marriage. Even if Xiao Junlin tried his best to endure it, the killing intent still burst out in his eyes. Your grandma is a bitch. He even suggested the idea of sacrificing something to my sister. I am simply impatient to live. So what if you are the holy son of the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace, you dare to plot evil against my sister? Even if I, Xiao Junlin, risk my life, I will make you pay the price with your blood. At this moment, Xiao Junlin was focused on Xiao Qingge. A plan on how to counter-attack has been formed in his mind. Naturally, Xiao Xian heard Xiao Junlin's thoughts clearly. For a mere Vientiane Heavenly Palace to want to marry me, the genius of the Xiao family, you think too highly of yourself. Xiao Xian smiled coldly, with a slightly disdainful expression. The head of this family wants to see what qualifications he has to marry the daughter of my Xiao family. After saying that, he walked towards the hall. After Xiao Junlin heard Xiao Xian's words, the stone in his heart fell to the ground. With Xiao Xian coming forward, Wangxiang Tiangong can't do anything no matter how powerful it is. And he won't let them go easily. At the same time, the news that Vientiane Heavenly Palace was planning to marry the Xiao family spread throughout southern Xinjiang in an instant. Countless people looked at this vast team with envy. And the dazzling betrothal gift. This marriage between the Xiao family and Wang Xiang Tiangong is a powerful alliance. I don't know what Xiao Qingge looks like, but he actually made the non-womanly holy son of Wang Xiang Tiangong fall in love with him. Yes, it is said that because she doesn't think about food or tea, I miss her every day. Have you seen that betrothal gift? Not only does it contain the essence and blood of the God King, it also contains the Godhead and Godhead. That's not the most important thing. I just saw 2 drops of the blood of the great sage. What? The great sage's essence and blood? This is really a waste of money. The essence and blood of the God King can already destroy a small world, let alone the essence and blood of the great sage. That is an existence that can bring a martial god directly to the unparalleled quasi-emperor. I didn't expect that the holy son of the Wangxiang heavenly palace would spend so much money to marry the daughter of the Xiao family. Yes, it shows how infatuated he is. It would be great if I could get his favor. Don't dream, this is exclusive to the Xiao family. TCH, so whether the Xiao family agrees or not, we still have 2 opinions. At this time, another person heard this and looked at the woman mockingly. Xiao Qingge is just a daughter of the Xiao family, she has good qualifications at most, and the holy son of Wangxiang Tiangong is not only a person from the heavens. He even occupies a place in the 36th Tianjiao peak. With his talent, let alone finding a genius, even the goddess and saint are more than enough to match him, so there is no reason for the Xiao family to disagree. Yes, if the other party wants to marry Xiao Qingyun, the Xiao family will definitely not agree. But Xiao Qingge is just an ordinary genius of the Xiao family. If the 2 parties can get married, it is beneficial to the Xiao family, and the Vientiane heavenly palace has become their thigh. Yes, who will dare to bully the Xiao family then? After this time, the Xiao family will take off directly because of this. Yes, maybe it's not necessary to become a terrifying family force. The people from Vientiane heavenly palace had already made sufficient preparations before coming. Use the public opinion of Yuyo to upgrade the proposal of marriage to a marriage. Plus the betrothal gift brought by Vientiane heavenly palace this time. How could a small branch of the Xiao family remain unwavering? Even if Xiao Xian sees it, he will combine the pros and cons. They chose to marry Xiao Qingge to their holy son. As for what happened next, how could his Xiao family know? Thinking of this, the man couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, when Feng Xing brought a vast team to Tianzhou. But I found that Tianzhou was unusually deserted. There were very few people walking around in the streets. This trip to Vientiane heavenly palace was carried out with great fanfare. With the current power of the Xiao family, it is impossible not to know about their arrival. Feng Xing, who realized something was wrong, looked at each other with the people around him. They all saw a message in each other's eyes. The Xiao family is unwilling to marry them. In this case, things get tricky. Several people's expressions instantly became solemn. But now, they can only go to the Xiao family to have a chance. The major forces following the Vientiane heavenly palace team. Seeing this scene, I was a little confused. Now that the entire Tianzhou belongs to the Xiao family, why don't you see anyone coming to greet you? As a long-established clan, Wangxiang Tiangong is here to have a marriage alliance. Logically speaking, the Xiao family should give them a grand welcome. Is it possible that the Xiao family still doesn't know about this? Impossible, Tianzhou belongs to the Xiao family, not to mention they have famous spies, if they don't even know about this. The Xiao family has been wiped out several times. So there is only one possibility. The Xiao family is unwilling to marry with Wangxiang Tiangong. It's impossible, this is the Vientiane heavenly palace. But even if they don't want to believe it, the attitude of the Xiao family at this time also said everything. Therefore, all the forces turned their attention to the people of Wangxiang heavenly palace. The faces of everyone in the Vientiane heavenly palace also became ugly at this moment. Even Feng Xing frowned, let alone the few people who followed him. They must succeed in this marriage. Otherwise, there is only a dead end. Their death is a small matter, but it is a big matter that the Vientiane heavenly palace loses face because of it. So Feng Xing took people directly to the Xiao family. The discussions from the major forces surrounding him also followed closely behind. Everyone in the Vientiane heavenly palace was destined to win. I also became worried after seeing this scene. Heading closer to the Xiao family, everyone's hearts became heavier. There was even a sense of panic in their steps forward. Especially the moment when he is about to arrive at the Xiao family's residence. Feng Xing and others' hearts instantly sank. There was no one at the Xiao family station. This means that the Xiao family is unwilling to marry with their Vientiane heavenly palace. Just when everyone wanted to move on, a dog barked suddenly. Everyone who was immersed in sorrow was frightened by the barking of a dog. In front of the Xiao family station, the roaring dog was looking at them with bared teeth. The fierce appearance, and the terrifying aura of the Supreme Lord erupting from his body. It scares many people. It turned out to be the roaring sky dog. In just 1 month, it actually broke through to the peak of the Supreme Lord. The King of Killing Dao is already powerful enough to swallow a reincarnated emperor. I don't know how terrifying it is yet. Everyone was talking about the roaring dog. The expressions of Feng Xing and others changed drastically. Because they didn't notice when this dog appeared in front of them. Feng Xing looked at roaring sky dog with a solemn expression. Feng Xing, the core elder of the Vientiane heavenly palace, has come to propose marriage. I hope Brother Go can help make an announcement. Even Feng Xing himself felt embarrassed by these words. Not to mention the expressions on the faces of those who hear it. When the onlookers heard this, they burst into laughter. Did I hear that right? He actually called Roaring Dog Brother Dog. No matter how powerful Roaring Sky Dog is, there's no need to be brothers with a dog, right? This only proves that his status is about the same as that of a dog. No, 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 ha 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 ha, I'm going to die laughing. Didn't you see how frightened he was by the Roaring Sky Dog just now? Calling him Brother Dog is not enough now. Waves of loud laughter suddenly broke out all around. It's not just people outside who are constantly laughing at them. Even the people in the Wangxiang heavenly palace blushed when they heard this. Calling a dog a brother. It's really, no, they have to hold back. Otherwise, they will not be able to avoid a punishment. Feng Xing's complexion is as exciting as the palette at the moment. But he tried his best to hold back. This shameful hatred will wait until he completes this task. Find these people one by one to report. However, Roaring Sky Dog ignored his words. He even looked at him with disdain. Obviously he didn't take Feng Xing and others seriously. At this moment, Feng Xing's anger was almost unbearable. He is one of the core elders of the Vientiane heavenly palace. He gained the attention of the Holy Sun again, and even the 3 martial gods of the Vientiane heavenly palace did not dare to be rude to him. Now he was humiliated by a dog of the Xiao family. If he hadn't come here this time for the 9 yin body, why would he be so forbearing? The Wangxiang heavenly palace comes to visit you so sincerely. Is this how your Xiao family treats you? Feng Xing had an angry look on his face and even raised his voice a lot. However, this scene did not attract the appearance of the Xiao family. Instead, it angered Roaring Sky Dog. I saw the barking dog suddenly barking. The voice with the aura of the Supreme Lord instantly rushed into the sky. Many people only felt a ringing in their ears and were dizzy, and even used their body protecting chi. Only then did the roaring dog's roar break his eardrums. Immediately afterwards, Xiao roaring heavenly dog turned into a black dog that was dozens of feet tall. He rushed towards Feng Xing and others. This kick actually caused the air current to flow, causing even the sky to tremble. Feng Xing and the three Tao killing kings next to him were even forced to use their own fatal moves to protect their bodies. However, this could not withstand the roaring dog's kick. I saw the two collide. The three Dao-slaying kings were kicked out by the roaring sky dog. Even the internal organs feel misaligned. Feng Xing was also severely injured by this kick, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the roaring dog with fear, and took out the secret treasure of protection. However, the roaring dog seemed to have seen a beloved toy. He immediately headed towards Feng Xing. At this time, Xiao Jianfeng's voice came from behind. Howling sky dog! Leave him alive! The roaring sky dog stared at the treasure in Feng Xing's hand with shining eyes. It was a pity that he turned back to Xiao Jianfeng. The look in his eyes seemed to say that he was just a little bit closer to getting it. Feng Xing was relieved when he saw roaring sky dog being stopped by the Xiao family. At the same time, he also got up from the ground. He looked at Xiao Jianfeng with an expression of guilt. In his eyes, he came to visit the Xiao family as a representative of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. That gave the Xiao family a huge amount of face. But the Xiao family allowed a dog to bully him, and they were simply arrogant. I originally thought that the person who came forward must be at least a supreme master level figure. The result is just one who has transcended the tribulation realm. This made Feng Xing even more angry. I saw him sneering again and staring at Xiao Jianfeng with resentment on his face. This is how your Xiao family treats guests. After saying that, he pointed at the roaring dog. Unexpectedly, the roaring sky dog barked angrily at him. There was a posture of rushing up and biting him to death. And Xiao Jianfeng didn't mean to stop him. Feng Xing was so frightened by the roaring dog that he could only retract his hand angrily. The onlookers laughed again when they saw this scene. Xiao Jianfeng glanced at him lightly. My Xiao family has not received any invitations from guests from far away, and has not sent out invitations. I wonder what kind of guests are here. Xiao Xian has already told Feng Xing and others the purpose of coming here. Therefore, Xiao Jianfeng did not give the other party a good look when he came out. I thought that Wangxiang Heavenly Palace was really sincere in asking to marry the Xiao family's goddess. Who would have thought that it was with the intention of offering sacrifices? You really think your face is big enough? Not only does he want the daughter of the Xiao family to be a sacrificial sacrifice, but he also wants them to treat him as a guest. It's really overestimating one's abilities. Feng Xing was angered by Xiao Jianfeng's words. Regardless of whether Xiao Jianfeng invited them in or not. Then he walked straight towards the Xiao family gate behind Xiao Jianfeng. Today I want to ask your family master, is this the way your Xiao family treats guests? However, before he could reach the door, the barking dog rushed out. A ferocious dog face instantly enlarged before his eyes. Feng Xing was also frightened and fell to the ground, then crawled back using his hands and feet. Xiao Jianfeng also snorted coldly at this time, and then walked away. Feng Xing quickly stopped Xiao Jianfeng. Wait a minute. Although the Wangxiang Celestial Palace, have not notified me in advance about coming to get married, but if you and I can get married, it's good for the Xiao family and good for the Xiao family. My holy son is a man of all heavens. When the time comes, your Xiao family will not only have the most powerful supporter of the Wangxiang Celestial Palace, but you may also be recommended to work in the heavens, which not only fulfills a marriage, but also your Xiao family has also gained huge benefits from this. With this win-win situation, why bother sticking to formalities? Xiao Jianfeng almost laughed angrily after hearing this. Under the guise of marriage, you want us Xiao family girls to sacrifice. Even when he opened his mouth or shut up, it was because of the Xiao family's superiority, and he kept saying it was for the good of the Xiao family. What a big face! A win-win? What a win-win! Xiao Jianfeng turned around and glared at Feng Xing, the anger in his eyes undisguised. As you said, you, the holy son of the Wangxiang heavenly palace, are people in the heavens, and you have even cut yourself off to cultivate yourself to the next level. With his status, even the goddesses and saints could not get close to him, so how could a mere prodigy fall into his eyes? Or, in your eyes, my Xiao family is already this stupid? Everyone was confused when they heard this. Then when I thought about it carefully, I discovered something strange. Feng Xin couldn't even look down on a gifted daughter like the goddess and saint. How could they fall in love with an ordinary woman who is inferior to them in everything? And it was love at first sight when the other person was traveling. If Xiao Qingge had a charming appearance like Xiao Qingyun, it would make sense. But Xiao Qingge was just an above-average beauty. Does such a woman really have such charm to attract the holy son of the Vientiane heavenly palace? Feng Xing's expression also changed drastically when he heard this. But he felt that it was impossible for Xiao Jianfeng and others to know the final conspiracy of this matter. They carried out the sacrifice of the 9-yin body in an extremely secretive manner. So I can only force one reason. Who can say for sure about fate? My holy son just fell in love with Xiao Qingge of your Xiao family. Otherwise, how could he not care about food and tea, and even give so many betrothal gifts? However, Feng Xing's reason is to directly implement the Vientiane heavenly palace conspiracy. Everyone knows that the most taboo thing for practitioners is love. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many strong and powerful people who would not hesitate to cut off the roots of their love. Xiao Jianfeng laughed out loud after hearing this. Isn't it just fate? It's so fate that even the date of birth of my daughter from the Xiao family is the same as the needs of several Vientiane celestial palaces for sacrifices. Such a fate, not to mention rare in 1,000 years, even in ancient times, there is no one. Feng Xing's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Even the few people accompanying him looked shocked. They didn't expect that the Xiao family actually knew their intentions. This time, not only the Vientiane heavenly palace cannot sit still. The onlookers on the side couldn't hold it any longer. I have long heard that the Wangxiang heavenly palace has mastered a forbidden method, but I didn't expect it to be true. The Long family was exterminated before, and it was said that they were offended. Now think about it, that woman has the body of 9 yins. It seems that it's not that the Long family has offended the Wangxiang heavenly palace, but that they have set their sights on the legitimate daughter of the 9-yin body. I'm just telling you how the majestic holy son of Wangxiang Tiangong could fall in love with an ordinary talented woman. It turns out that was his intention. The Wangxiang Tiangong's move is really cruel. First, it uses public opinion to escalate its momentum. And given so many betrothal gifts that all geniuses have, even if the Xiao family can withstand the pressure of public opinion, he couldn't resist the temptation of these betrothal gifts, so it was only a matter of time before he agreed to a marriage. But they didn't expect that the Xiao family would refuse the marriage without even letting them in. Although this move is too cruel, an ordinary person would agree without hesitation even if they knew the conspiracy. Yes, these betrothal gifts are something that can drive everyone across the vast continent crazy. Everyone turned their attention to Feng Xing and others. The words were full of ridicule and ridicule. Naturally, Feng Xing would not admit such a thing in public. Humph, you humiliated me first, and now you want to use this unfounded thing to discredit my Vientiane heavenly palace. How could Xiao Jianfeng care about Feng Xing's mood? Even if the holy son of the Wangxiang heavenly palace comes here today, I will not agree to this marriage. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the Xiao family gate. Feng Xing behind him was furious. Do you really take the Xiao family seriously? Our Wangxiang heavenly palace is willing to marry the daughter of your Xiao family. That is your great honor. He even thought that the holy son would propose marriage in person. What a shame. Seeing that Xiao Jianfeng had no intention of stopping, Feng Xing shouted sternly, Xiao Jianfeng, Are you serious about not giving Wang Xiang Tiangong face? Are you not afraid that Wang Xiang Tiangong will attack you? Xiao Jianfeng immediately turned around. How can Wang Xiang Heavenly Palace have the face to ask our Xiao family to give you face? Even if people from all over the world come here today, my Xiao family will not agree to this marriage. Everyone gasped when they heard this. The Xiao family's words meant that they were going to completely fall out with Wang Xiang Tiangong. Just for a little talented girl. This Xiao family would not hesitate to fall out with Wang Xiang Tiangong because of a slightly famous daughter of the Xiao family. Behind the Wang Xiang Heavenly Palace are all the heavens and all the realms. He actually said that people from all the heavens would not agree even if they came here. Even if the Xiao family has the martial god Xiao Wuxi sitting in charge, they can ignore the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. But their unparalleled geniuses cannot withstand the torment. If they cannot go to the heavens, the final result of these geniuses will only stop here. With the strength and foundation of the Xiao family, maybe they will have other opportunities. When Feng Xing saw that Xiao Jianfeng was too soft to eat, he had no choice but to use strong methods. I saw him exploding his own momentum and instantly forcing himself towards Xiao Jianfeng. If you want the truth today, just accept these betrothal gifts and let Xiao Kinga marry me in the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. If you continue to be so stubborn, don't blame Wang Xiang Tiangong for taking action. By then, no matter how powerful your Xiao family is, even in the world of heaven, there is no way we can get any benefits from our hands. Everyone heard what Feng Xing said. Naturally, we also know the ultimate goal of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. But they didn't expect that Feng Xing would choose to use such tough measures. Since the Xiao family dares to refuse the marriage of Wang Xiang Tiangong, this proves that they have the absolute strength to compete with the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Seeing Xiao Jianfeng stop, Feng Xing knew that his threat had worked. A mere ant family dares to confront our Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Let me tell you today. Regardless of whether you agree with this marriage or not, it must happen. So what if your Xiao family has a few unparalleled geniuses? As long as they don't grow up, they will be like ants in this world where the strong are respected. Is it possible that you are still counting on a few talented people who have not grown up to help you fight against the Vientiane Heavenly Palace? At this time, Feng Xing no longer had any worries. No matter what happens today, he must take Xiao Kinga back. Just when Feng Xing wanted to continue talking, a sword energy suddenly fell from the sky. The terrifying sword energy pierced the sky and struck with an extremely terrifying killing intent. Countless sword shadows condensed into substance, with an unstoppable momentum, directly forcing everyone in the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Immediately afterwards, a domineering and steady voice came from the air. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace has such a strong tone. Everyone did not expect that the Xiao family would take action directly. Even Feng Xing was shocked after seeing this sword. He didn't expect that the Xiao family was not only unafraid of his threat, but even took the initiative. I saw that the sword energy in the air had turned into a huge long sword. Endless sword intent raged across the sky, and even the weapons in their hands were trembling. Everyone in the Vientiane Heavenly Palace saw this scene. He directly used his strongest killing move to resist this sword. However, the weapons in their hands have turned into scrap metal. Immediately afterwards, that terrifying sword energy swept directly across the wedding procession of Wang Xiang Heavenly Palace. A thick white fog filled the air. In silence, the white mist gradually turned red and dissipated as the sword energy dissipated. Wait until the blood mist dissipates. The vast procession of welcoming brides in the Vientiane Heavenly Palace has long since disappeared. Feng Xing was left alone, clutching his chest. He looked at everything in front of him with dumbfounded eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear and timidity. Just a sword energy. He killed everyone in the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and left no one behind. Even Feng Xing, who was lucky enough to survive, was deliberately left behind by the other party. At this time, Feng Xing's legs collapsed and fell to the ground. He looked at the people disappearing in front of him with shock. You must know that there are several strong men in the half-step Supreme Master realm. He didn't even resist this sword. And he never expected that the Xiao family would have such a powerful character. This was beyond his knowledge. At this time, a familiar voice came from the sky. Wang Xiang Tiangong is right, this is a world where the weak eat the strong and the strong are respected. Although the genius of my Xiao family has not yet grown up, it is still more than enough to deal with the mere Vientiane heavenly palace. Today, the head of our family will spare your life and go back to send a message. Within 1 month, I, Xiao Xian, will definitely destroy the Wangxiang heavenly palace. Let me also show you that even if the geniuses of the Xiao family have not grown up, you are still no match for them. Now, you, get out of here. Are you crazy? If you become the leader of the clan, all the clan members will become emperors. Author, greedy for the body but not FO. Chapter 120. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look in horror. No one expected it. Xiao Xian actually said something rude because of the other party. Just say such strong words as destroying their clan. But it also proves that the Xiao family is strong enough. If you bully me, I don't care if you are an established clan or you have a big backer. If I want to destroy you, I will destroy you. What can you do to me? Feng Xin was shocked and angry when he saw this scene. He originally thought that he came here on behalf of the Vientiane heavenly palace. No matter what happens to the Xiao family, they still have to worry about the heavens behind him. Unexpectedly, it not only failed to deter them. Instead, he offended the Xiao family. No matter how angry Feng Xin was at the moment, he would not dare to yell at Xiao Xian. He could only hold his chest and drag his almost crippled body away. Everyone looked at Feng Xing's deserted figure as he left. It took a long time to recover from the shock. But what's more, they can't express in words. It is still the Xiao family that has an ancient and eternal atmosphere in front of it. Unknowingly, the Xiao family in that small county town. He has actually grown to the point where he can fight against the Vientiane heavenly palace. At this time, all the geniuses of the Xiao family were also completely angered by the behavior of Wangxiang Tiangong. Even Xiao Tianyun and others who were still practicing in seclusion all came out of seclusion. This time, Vientiane heavenly palace completely angered them. Xiao Junlin looked at Feng Xing's leaving figure with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. What a heavenly palace! How dare he bring up the idea of sacrificing something to his sister? You are simply digging your own grave. Xiao Zhangtian looked at the Xiao family members gathered together. The look in his eyes lit up, his chance for revenge had arrived. Xiao Tianyun's eyes flashed coldly and he took a step forward. Uncle Xian, let Xiao Jiangxin, Xiao Yan, I go to the Vientiane heavenly palace with you. With just a few of us, it would only take a matter of a moment to destroy an entire heavenly palace. Xiao Jiangxin and others nodded in agreement after hearing this. Even the other geniuses of the Xiao family strongly agree. With the strength of Xiao Jiangxin, Xiao Tianyun and other geniuses. As long as you don't encounter the reincarnated emperor of the same period, as well as the peak-level figures of the Supreme Lord, Xiao Jiangxin and the others can all be called invincible. And since Xiao Xian broke through to the peak of the Supreme Lord, the geniuses of the Xiao family also noticed that Xiao Xian's current strength was terrifying. Even when facing a powerful person like the god of war, Xiao Suandu had the absolute strength to kill him. Therefore, the heavenly palace of all phenomena was destroyed. A few of them are enough. But what if the outside world hears this? Everyone will be so surprised that their jaws will drop. An old clan with tens of thousands of years of history. There are also heavens as backers behind. In their eyes, it only takes a few people to destroy it. How powerful this is! Xiao Xian's eyes moved around everyone. Then he stayed for a moment on Xiao Zhangtian and Xiao Junlin. There is no rush for the time being. The destruction of the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace will happen sooner or later, but before they are destroyed, the momentum must be sufficient, otherwise, people outside will always think that the Xiao family is easy to bully. Speaking of this, Xiao Xian's dull eyes also revealed a bit of evil spirit. I would like to see how many forces like the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace are eyeing my Xiao family. This time, if the Xiao family doesn't prove themselves, how can they establish their authority in southern Xinjiang? Although I, the genius of the Xiao family, have not grown up yet, it is more than enough to destroy the mere Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The Xiao family's geniuses heard this. Everyone felt hot and excited. Xiao Xian is not only establishing prestige for the Xiao family. He is also supporting them, the geniuses of the Xiao family. A terrifying cold light burst out from the eyes of everyone in the Xiao family. As time passes slowly, the Xiao family dialect destroyed the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace within a month. It also spread throughout southern Xinjiang. Everyone who heard this had a horrified look in their eyes. Before going to the Xiao family in the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace, did you ever think that you would be destroyed by the Xiao family? Although Wangxiang Tiangong is an established sect, the Xiao family is not easy to bully. After all, they have a martial god. Yes, Xiao Wuxi is known as the #1 martial god in the vast continent. What's more, the Xiao family has so many unparalleled geniuses. Although the Xiao family has said that medicine will destroy the Wangxiang Kangong is not a vegetarian. They have been able to stand from ancient times to this day, and even the Kailan sect at its peak did not dare to touch them. It is enough to prove the strength of the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace. In addition, they have the support of the heavens. Even if they face the Xiao family, they are not afraid. Yes, although the Xiao family is quite strong, it is still a bit lacking compared to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Everyone was talking about this. Although everyone is optimistic about the profound foundation of Vientiane Heavenly Palace, but the Xiao family is not easy to mess with. Being able to grow from a small family to where it is now in a short period of time, its strength cannot be underestimated. Therefore, everyone turned their attention to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. I want to see what choice they will make. At this time, the Vientiane Heavenly Palace also received the news. Feng Xin knelt on the ground and didn't even dare to raise his head. Feng Wuhan sighed slightly and shook his head. This trip has made me very disappointed. Feng Xin heard this. The body was shaken into a sieve by fear. Dense cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Feng Wuhan looked at him like this with disgust on his face. If he successfully completes the mission this time, I don't mind having another dog around me either. However, not only did he not finish it, he even got himself into trouble. If you didn't kill him, you would have done your best. After receiving the news, everyone in Vientiane Heavenly Palace, they all fell into depression. Feng Wuhan suddenly stood up and glanced at everyone. Our Vientiane Heavenly Palace has been standing since ancient times, and it cannot be destroyed by the Xiao family. How dare you brazenly say that you can destroy the Heavenly Palace of all things within a month? You are really overestimating your capabilities. Everyone heard this. I immediately cheered up. Although the Xiao family is powerful, they also have several unparalleled talents. But their background is not enough. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace has been able to stand from ancient times to the present, not because it has experienced many crises. The Xiao family, who came from a mere small county town, dared to destroy the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. It's just a ridiculous dream. A martial god stood up at this time. His face was shining, and his eyes were a bit disdainful. Although the Xiao family has a martial god sitting in charge, the Vientiane Heavenly Palace also has all the heavens. A mere martial god. Is it possible that I can still scream with the people in the heavens? I want to see how the Xiao family can destroy everything in the heavenly palace. Feng Wuhan nodded after hearing this. Although the Xiao family's martial god is powerful, no one has ever entered the starry sky ancient river. Even if they die, they will still be in the realm of a martial god. I will send a message to the heavens later and ask them to block the road into the starry sky ancient river. I want to see how the Xiao family can escape without being able to enter the starry sky ancient river. Speaking of this, a look of contempt appeared on his face. The heavenly palace of all things has been standing to this day. If it were destroyed at the request of others, it would not be what it is today. For tens of thousands of years, no matter whether it is an established force or a small world, no one has bowed before us. The Xiao family, which is only a few years old, still wants to destroy the Vientiane heavenly palace. I want to see what they can do to destroy us. When everyone heard this, their original melancholy was swept away. All that's left is the joy of waiting to see the Xiao family being annexed by them. Seeing that everyone had regained their confidence, Feng Wuhan turned around and left. Yet he behaved so calmly in front of everyone. In fact, my heart has long been filled with the haze of sadness. Although the Xiao family was born in a small county, he was able to grow to this point in a few years. It is enough to prove his strength and luck that he can say such words today. This means that the Xiao family has a certain degree of confidence that they can fight to the death with the Vientiane heavenly palace. It seems that I have to prepare early, otherwise. Thinking of this, a hint of worry flashed in Feng Wuhan's eyes. He cut himself from the heavens and cultivated himself into the lower realm. Just to get this great opportunity and transcend. Who would have thought that I would end up in last place? Not to mention the so-called great opportunity. It was this time that allowed him to re-understand the current situation. Although the Xiao family is a small family that appears in a small place, he can see what he has seen and heard in the heavens, as well as the changes in the world over the years. It is enough to judge that the Xiao family is extraordinary. Compared with those big powerful clans, a small force like the Xiao family, born in a wild way, is the most feared. It has been half a month since the Xiao family announced the destruction of the Vientiane heavenly palace. Rumors have spread all over southern Xinjiang. There are many rumors about this incident even in mainland China. Seeing that things are almost fermented, Xiao Xian is also preparing to lead several geniuses from the Xiao family to the Vientiane heavenly palace. The time has come, let's go. Xiao Jiangxin, Xiao Tianyuan, and others followed behind. At this time, Xiao Jianfeng came in from outside. Tell the head of the family that there is a man outside asking to see you. Before Xiao Xian could ask, Xiao Jianfeng revealed the man's identity. This person is the one who gave the martial god stone last time. Xiao Xian raised his eyebrows. The person who can deliver Xiao Wushi's token in person is Xiao Wushi's confidant. Invite him in. Then Xiao Jianfeng led a young man in black in. The young man carried a big sword on his back and looked very majestic. The moment he stepped into the Xiao family residence, I feel infinite emotion in my heart. When he came here a few years ago, there was only one person in the Xiao family who could make him fearful. The rest are all cats and dogs. Not seen for a few years now. The Xiao family has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only has the overall strength improved, but also the big black dog at the door. They all have a frightening feeling. Not to mention the family's ancestral protection formation. You must know that a few years ago, he entered the Xiao family and came and went at will. Nowadays, you have to go through layers of announcements before you can enter. Even if he were to force his way in, there would only be a dead end. Before coming, he had also heard about the Xiao family's dominance of the top 7. I thought it was just a division. Who would have thought that he would be among the top 7 in the list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang? Therefore, he was even more curious about these geniuses of the Xiao family. When you step into the Xiao family hall. The moment when Xiao Jiangxin looked at each other. The shock in the young man's heart could not be described in words. It's no wonder that the Xiao family dominates the top 7. Such a peerless genius, even with his current strength. It may not be possible to completely defeat it. When the young man's eyes fell on Xiao Xian, a feeling of fear and admiration arose spontaneously. Although Xiao Xian didn't have the aura of a cultivator around him, but the majesty and strength in his eyes made it impossible to look directly at him. He hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, "Junior Bai Ziliu, I have met Mr. Xiao." Xiao Xian hasn't spoken yet. Xiao Jianfeng on the side looked at him in surprise. "Bai Ziliu. You are the Bai Ziliu who ranks 4th in Zhongtian." There was no concealment of excitement and surprise in his words. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Being able to enter the top 5 in the rankings in Zhongtian is extraordinary. Xiao Xian made an invitation gesture and motioned for him to take a seat. "It turns out to be Tian Xiao, please sit down." Bai Ziliu was a little flattered. The head of the family is joking, compared to the geniuses of the Xiao family, I am far behind. If it weren't for the guidance of the god of war, I wouldn't have been able to enter Zhongtian and be ranked 4th. Although the Zhongtian ranking has strong combat effectiveness. But compared to the 3 ants and 6 geniuses of southern Xinjiang this time, it is still a bit unsatisfactory. As we all know, this time in the southern Xinjiang rankings, there are not only local geniuses. There are also more reincarnated emperors and emperor sons, in terms of combat effectiveness and cultivation level. The fact that these geniuses from the Xiao family can sit firmly in the top 7 shows their terrifying fighting ability. Xiao Xian just smiled when he heard this and said nothing more. "I wonder if Tianjiao is here this time, but do you want to bring anything for my uncle?" Bai Ziliu nodded when he heard this. "Yes, Senior asked me to come and tell you that he can take charge of the affairs of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace." Xiao Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Xiao Wuxi to take action this time. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense for him to take action. After all, the Xiao family has no other martial gods besides him. Xiao Wuxi was probably worried, so he took action. But now that he has taken action, he will naturally not care about it. It was time for Bai Ziliu to leave after bringing the message to Xiao Wuxi. But his eyes fell on several geniuses of the Xiao family. "If I leave like this time, I will inevitably feel unwilling to do so." As a cultivator, his heart is extremely eager to compete with people with super fighting power. Xiao Xian naturally saw what he was thinking. "Since Tianjiao is already here, why don't you stay here for a few more days and help me give guidance to these little guys?" Bai Ziliu was overjoyed. The master of the house is joking. In the next few days, Bai Ziliu was in the process of competing with the Xiao family's genius. Before the competition, Bai Ziliu felt that he had defeated this group of geniuses. It's just a piece of cake. So when the Xiao family's golden-winged roc competed with him, Bai Ziliu felt that he had been insulted. After all, he ranks 4th in Zhongtian. How could a mere pure-blooded golden-winged roc compete with me? After defeating the golden-winged Dapen, Bai Ziliu competed with Xiao Yanyao again. I thought it would be easy to defeat him. As a result, he was suppressed by the opponent within a few moves. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. And Xiao Yan's flame power, he couldn't resist it at all. Not to mention those geniuses who met in advance. The further back the comparison went, the more confused Bai Ziliu became. He, who looked arrogant at first, became convinced in the end. Until the moment of departure, Bai Ziliu was still sighing. "The only one I can defeat these geniuses of the Xiao family is that golden-winged roc." Then he showed a somewhat proud smile. This time's general list of the boundless continent is going to be fun to watch. These geniuses from the Xiao family are even more terrifying than those from Zhongtian. After Bai Ziliu left, Xiao Xian sent Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian to the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace. In order to save his childhood sweetheart, Xiao Zhangtian would naturally not be willing to stay in the Xiao family. And if the Vientiane Heavenly Palace provokes Xiao Junlin, he will definitely not let him go like this. Therefore, they were directly asked to go to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace together. With Xiao Wuxi in front, the cultivation realm of the two of them was high, invincible among his peers. Therefore, Xiao Xian is not worried about the safety of the two of them. When Xiao Junlin heard Xiao Xian asked him to follow him to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace, I felt relieved. He was also worried that Xiao Xian would not let him go to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace to take revenge. At this time, Xiao Zhangtian was already standing at the entrance of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace with Xiao Junlin, who had transformed into Emperor Murongyi, just waiting for Xiao Wuxi to say something to let them in. The two of them directly arranged their itineraries. Leave that Saint Sun Feng Wuhan to me later. When Xiao Junlin said this, his eyes burst out with murderous intent. When Xiao Zhangtian saw Emperor Murongyi like this, a flash of light flashed in his heart. Because this look is so similar to Xiao Junlin. But he didn't think much about it. This time, he came here just to save Longling. I just need to rescue the dragon spirit, and the rest is up to you. The genius of the entire Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Except for the martial god who can make them somewhat fearful, the others are not worth mentioning at all. And the god of war has Xiao Wuxi to take action, so they only need to deal with the others. At this time, a secret sound came into people's ears. When the two received the news, they immediately became full of energy. Heading towards the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The terrifying momentum directly destroyed a palace in the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace was also frightened by this momentum. Immediately afterwards, dozens of powerful men with half-step supreme masters appeared in front of them. The realms of strong men directly locked the two of them. Immediately afterwards, the palace master of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and several deputy palace masters of the martial gods also appeared in the eyes of countless people. And the forces that have been observing secretly. The moment Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian appeared, he has been quietly paying attention to every move of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The master of Vientiane Tiangong saw the two coming. There was no hiding the sarcasm on his face. Why don't you see the greatest swordsman in ancient and modern times? Is it possible that he is afraid of being a coward? Or does he think that two shrimp soldiers and crab generals can destroy the Vientiane Heavenly Palace? This is really powerful. These words caused ridicule from everyone in the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace. Xiao Junlin didn't show any expression when he heard this. He came here only for one person. The wind has no soul. Where is Feng Wuhan? As the instigator of this matter, do you dare not show up? Are you acting like a grandson? The master of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you want to see our holy son just when you say you want to? Then who are you? Among those at the same level, I can crush you with just one finger. Xiao Junlin didn't take the master of Wangxiang Tiangong Palace seriously at all. These words instantly caused an uproar. Everyone felt that Xiao Junlin was just telling lies. How dare you say such shameless words to a martial god? Presumptuous. At this time, a powerful and half-step supreme master burst out with momentum in an instant. Terrible pressure swept all around. I saw a big sword in the air, with the momentum of destroying all things, heading towards Xiao Junlin. When everyone saw this strike, their expression suddenly changed. The half-step supreme master is indeed powerful. The power of a single sword is enough to destroy everything. However, the sword fell. It did not cause any change in the mood of Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian. The two looked at the knife with cold expressions. Xiao Junlin took a step forward and waved a hand lightly. Seek death. The sky was instantly covered by golden light. A huge hand appeared in the sky. And the power of the sword, which could destroy a whole world, was directly held by this big hand. Then, I heard a huge heat wave erupting in the air. That powerful sword power was directly crushed. Next moment, Xiao Junlin looked at the half-step Supreme Master with a sneer. "It's your turn." Xiao Junlin slowly stretched out his hand and waved his finger in the air. An ultimate golden radiance instantly turned into a terrifying light. Directly penetrated the chest of the half-step Supreme Master. With the fall of this powerful man, there were more powerful men behind him, but they didn't even have time to react. He fell directly and his body fell heavily. Huge holes were smashed into the ground one after another. The great power fell into the huge pit. Although he was dead, his body was still spitting out blood instinctively. Everyone saw this scene. Everyone was shocked. Is this the true strength of the unparalleled genius? The Supreme Lord can't even take one of their moves. This kind of strength is too terrifying. It can easily kill even the Supreme Master in half a step. If the top 3 geniuses of the Xiao family come here, even the martial god may not be able to defeat them. The geniuses of the Xiao family are really terrifying. Each one is more evil than the last. Countless people were moved by this scene. The master of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace did not expect that Xiao Junlin would have the ability to kill the half-step Supreme Master. The expressions of the 3 great martial gods changed drastically. The eyes that looked at Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian were full of murderous intent. "You arrogant boy, how dare you kill people in my Vientiane Heavenly Palace? You are seeking death." Then a warrior god instantly rose into the sky. A powerful pressure belonging to God broke out. Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian were directly suppressed by this pressure and fell to the ground. The murderous intent in the martial god's eyes was even worse. Therefore, he launched his killing move on the 2 of them without hesitation. A big palm carrying the pressure of God descended from the sky. The terrifying momentum set off a heat wave, and endless divine power swept across the sky. Although the god of war is not the most powerful existence, but in the vast continent, they are the existence of gods. Everyone looked at the scene with dumbfounded eyes. The palm fell. Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian must die. There was a somewhat proud smile in the god of war's eyes. At this time, an ultimate sword light slowly condensed from the mist. Although there is no sword power at all, it is unpredictable. Wherever the sword light passed, even the airflow stopped. In the astonished eyes of everyone, that terrifying big palm was crushed directly. Then it turned into streaks of white mist, becoming one with the sword light. The martial god looked horrified and took a step back unconsciously. This terrifying power actually gave him a feeling of death. And this fog-like sword light. He stopped directly in front of Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian. Until the white fog gradually dissipated. Only then did everyone see clearly the true form of the sword light. At this moment, countless people were shocked. This is just a small grass. But just such a piece of grass could defeat even the ultimate move of the god of war. The faces of the 3 great warrior gods turned pale at this moment. Xiao Wuxi. There was deep fear in their eyes. Xiao Wuxi is the nightmare in the hearts of countless martial gods. Just his name can intimidate all the martial gods. Not to mention that at this moment, he personally came to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. At this moment, the Vientiane Heavenly Palace was worried about the god of war, and his eyes were already filled with fear. Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian also received a secret message again. The 2 of them said nothing after that. Head directly towards the inner hall of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Xiao Junlin went straight to the Holy Sun's hall, while Xiao Zhangtian went to find his beloved. Wherever the 2 of them passed, they destroyed everything in the Heavenly Palace. When the 3 great warrior gods saw this scene, they were all furious. "How dare you destroy the building of my Vientiane Heavenly Palace? You must die." The 3 martial gods took action at the same time. Suddenly the sky became turbulent and everything changed color. The sky was filled with thick murderous aura. At this time, the little grass moved, and a terrifying sword light burst out instantly. The terrifying sword force swept towards the three martial gods with a heaven-destroying momentum. The expressions of the three martial gods suddenly changed. Xiao Wuxi, do you really think that a blade of grass can stop the three of me? If you were here in person, we would still be a little afraid, but you are too conceited. Not only can you not protect the two Xiao family members today, but you will also be hit hard here. Even if the three martial gods attack at the same time. He didn't dare to say the words to kill Xiao Wuxi, which shows his terrifying fighting power. The three martial gods exploded with their own momentum. The terrifying power of the god of war swept across the sky, the wind and clouds changed suddenly, and the sun and moon changed color. Countless people were shocked by this scene. However, the grass swayed slightly, and a ray of light shot up into the sky. A feeling of nothingness came over me. Immediately afterwards, the void breath turned into an ultimate sword radiance. The killing moves of the three martial gods were instantly shattered, and then the grass appeared between the three of them. After dozens of attacks in succession, the three martial gods were unable to fight back. When everyone around them saw this scene, they were horrified. Is this the strength of the number one martial god? A small blade of grass can defeat three martial gods. This is the strong man. If you don't take action, you will be fine. If you do, it will shock the world. Regardless of whether the Vientiane Heavenly Palace will be destroyed or not, with this battle, Xiao Wuxi's name will become even louder. Yes, by then, who in the vast continent will dare to bully the Xiao family? Xiao Wuxi is indeed Xiao Wuxi. After his clones destroyed the two holy places, a small grass fought against three martial gods. This kind of strength is really terrifying. Just when everyone was attracted by the wonderful duel between Xiao Wuxi and the three martial gods, Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian have arrived at the inner hall of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. At this time, Feng Wuhan was already waiting for Xiao Junlin's arrival in the Holy Sun Palace. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Lord Murong Yuhuang in his previous life would actually become a young disciple of the Xiao family. This is really staggering. Why, you don't want to be the emperor anymore? Or, you have been reincarnated again, and you have become accustomed to hiding behind others. Oh, I almost forgot. You have always been a dog, so it is not surprising that you now fall in love with the life of a dog. Xiao Junlin looked at him indifferently. You were nothing to me in the previous life, and you are still the same in this life. Even if you are in the heavenly palace of all things. This heavenly lord also has enough strength to kill you. Feng Wuhan raised his head and laughed, looking at him contemptuously. Since I am cultivating myself to the lower realm, I will naturally have a trump card in my hand. What's more, you are now only at the peak of Dao Dao slaying king. If you want to kill me, it would be just a dream. Xiao Junlin looked at him coldly. You even succeeded in gaining the 36th position by relying on others being injured. Even if you really have the means to protect yourself, how can you escape from me? This is Feng Wuhan's pain. He cultivated himself to the lower realm, but even the 36th level had to be snatched from others. He tilted his head slightly and looked behind him. Come out. Then he looked at Xiao Junlin with a gloomy face. I want to see how you kill me. When Xiao Junlin saw the people appearing behind Feng Wuhan, his expression suddenly became serious. Fake martial god. Obviously he didn't expect that the other party would invite the fake martial god out. Although the false martial god is not a martial god, his combat power is invincible to any martial god. If you want to become a false god of war, you must sacrifice yourself voluntarily. And the ultimate price is a lifetime of martial arts. Even if a big opportunity comes later, this fact cannot be changed. However, those who choose to become a false martial god will only choose those cultivators whose cultivation level cannot break through to the martial god. After achieving the false martial god, as long as the opponent is not a martial god, then they are invincible. But if you are facing a martial god, even 3 fake martial gods will be dispatched at the same time. You can't even fight against a real one, because their combat effectiveness is not even 1/10 of that of the god of war. Feng Wuhan was very satisfied with Xiao Junlin's expression at this moment. These 5 pseudo-martial gods are specially prepared for you. I hope you like them. Oh, I almost forgot, I remember there was a boy with a black coffin. If it weren't for him, it is impossible for me to enter the 36th level, so I specially prepared 3 pseudo-martial gods waiting for him in the dungeon. I think with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem against the 3 pseudo-martial gods. I remember that the black coffin has the ability to devour them. Speaking of this, Feng Wuhan seemed to have found fun and laughed. Xiao Junlin's expression also turned completely gloomy at this moment. At the same time, Xiao Zhangtian fought his way into the dungeon unstoppably. He came directly to the depths of the dungeon and saw the place where the dragon spirit was imprisoned with just one glance. Looking at Long Ling, who fainted, Xiao Zhangtian's heart trembled. He rushed forward quickly. At this moment, 3 people suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Zhangtian recognized the other party as the martial god at a glance. Before he could take action, the 3 pseudo-war gods exploded with momentum. Although his strength is not as good as the real martial god, it is still more than enough to deal with Xiao Zhangtian's level. Under the pressure of the false martial god, Xiao Zhangtian didn't even have the ability to resist. He was quickly restrained by 3 people and then taken away from the dungeon. At this time, Xiao Junlin was confronting Feng Wuhan. At this moment, the 3 people brought the captured Xiao Zhangtian to Feng Wuhan. "Young master, the people have been brought." Feng Wuhan glanced at them coldly and said nothing. In his eyes, those who are willing to sacrifice their souls to become false martial gods, they are all sanctimonious and unscrupulous people. Therefore, let alone outsiders looking down on him, even he himself looks down on him. Feng Wuhan looked at Xiao Junlin and Xiao Junlin. "Tell me, which one is more important, you 2 extraordinary geniuses, or little Xiao Qingge? If the 2 of you were exchanged for Xiao Qingge, would Xiao Wuxi agree or not?" Xiao Junlin stared at Feng Wuhan with a sullen face, just as he was about to take action. Another secret voice came from his ears, so Xiao Junlin smiled lightly. Then he looked at Feng Wuhan. "You have to ask this yourself." Feng Wuhan felt that he was being tricked and led the 2 of them directly to the hall. "The 3 gods of war are fighting against that little grass in the sky." He also smiled proudly after seeing this. "Xiao Wuxi, if you want these 2 geniuses of the Xiao family to survive, just listen to me. Otherwise, just wait to collect their bodies." When everyone heard this, they immediately turned their attention to Feng Wuhan. I saw that Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian had been held hostage by it. Everyone did not expect that Wang Xiang Tiangong, as a veteran clan, he would actually do such a despicable thing, holding someone else's junior hostage if he couldn't defeat him. However, something even more unexpected happened to them. The little grass actually stopped fighting with the 3 martial gods. Head directly towards Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian. When the 3 martial gods saw this, they were about to stop him. At this time, a strong pressure from the sky instantly forced down. The 3 martial gods only felt that the gravity of the entire sky was pressing on them. Let alone moving, even raising one's head was very difficult. Everyone looked along. I saw a phantom appearing above the heads of the 3 martial gods. Although you can't see his appearance, you can see the aura exuding around him. But it has the ability to defeat the human heart. Xiao Wuxi. When the 3 people saw this phantom, they were suddenly shocked. I originally thought that Xiao Wuxi's true form was here, with the fighting power of the 3 of them. Even if you can't kill him, you can still severely injure him. However, the other party was just a shadow, and it was able to suppress them until they were unable to fight back. At this moment, the expressions of the three people also became embarrassed. At this time, the grass cut directly through the sky and headed towards Feng Wuhan. When Feng Wuhan saw this, he immediately took a few steps back and hid behind several fake martial gods. Those pseudo-war gods even rose into the sky, killed directly towards Xiao Wuxi's phantom. In their eyes, a small piece of grass is nothing to be afraid of. What's more, the other party is just a shadow. However, the two collided. The expressions of the 8 pseudo-martial gods suddenly changed. He kept shouting, "No!" The next moment, they were proud of their killer move. He was defeated directly in front of this little grass. At this moment, the grass suddenly split into 3 branches. With the speed of thunder and strong wind, it penetrated the bodies of the 8 pseudo-war gods. Until they died, the 8 of them looked at the phantom in the sky in disbelief. How can it be? At the same time, Xiao Junlin quickly made a move with Feng Wuhan before he could react. A palm with the power of a king fell on Feng Wuhan's chest. However, the other party looked at Xiao Junlin with contempt and sneered. This holy son said that I cut myself off and cultivated to the lower realm in order to find a great opportunity. If someone kills me easily, it's a bit ridiculous. Your Xiao family has blocked my transcendence time and time again, and today you even destroyed my substitute. I, the Vientiane Heavenly Palace, will fight with your Xiao family until death. Now Xing Ancient Road has been blocked. I want to see how your Xiao family can reach the heavens. No matter how strong the strength is. In the end, it is just the level of cultivation of a mere martial god. Xiao Junlin looked coldly at the Feng Wuhan in front of him. Today I can kill you once, then all the heavens can kill you a second time. Then his big hands grabbed the throat of Feng Wuhan in front of him and crushed him directly. However, this could not extinguish the anger in his heart at all. Then he rose into the air and completely destroyed the Holy Sun Palace. A strong murderous intent burst out from his eyes, staring towards the sky. At this time, a white light came down from the sky. As the white light fell, a figure also appeared from the deepest part of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Then he disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the scene and clicked their tongues. The Holy Son of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace is worthy of being the young master of the heavens, and he knows that things are beyond his control. Just choose to abandon the car to save the handsome man and leave directly from here. Xiao Junlin clenched his fists and looked at the figure disappearing in front of him. My heart was filled with rage. Then he directly punched out, and the buildings around the Holy Sun Temple were directly smashed. Then he went to kill the other geniuses in the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. With the cooperation of Weed, Xiao Junlin went on a killing spree in the Vientiane Palace. This scene completely shocked the onlookers present. Xiao Zhangtian was killed after those fake martial gods were killed. Go directly to the dungeon to save the dragon spirit. At the same time, Xiao Wuxi's shadow was still in the sky, looking at the 3 martial gods indifferently. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, I could see the aura on his body. The 3 of them were already suppressed to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. Countless people's eyes were focused on the scene in front of them. They are both martial gods, but Xiao Wuxi relied on a phantom. The suppressed martial god of the same level had no power to fight back. At this time, Xiao Wuxi's shadow slowly raised a hand. I saw that big hand turning into a big palm, pressing towards the 3 martial gods. In full view, the palace master and deputy palace master of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace were suppressed by this big palm and fell to their knees. This kneeling made even the earth tremble. Countless dust filled the clouds. However, this pressure did not stop there. Instead, he was constantly putting pressure on the 3 of them. The 3 martial gods were able to resist for a while with their own cultivation realm at first. As the pressure of the big palm continues to increase, the three of them felt that their spines were about to be broken. The fear of death also completely enveloped them at this moment. When people are at the end of their rope, they naturally no longer care about the so-called secular perspective. Xiao Wuxi, if you attack the three of us, you won't be afraid of being punished by the Wangxiang Palace, right? Don't forget that you are going to the starry sky ancient river. And the path you take is controlled by the heavenly palace of all things. If you don't want to be blocked on your way to the heavens, you can honestly let the three of me go. The master of the Vientiane heavenly palace directly threatened. The other two also agreed. Xiao Wuxi, you can be called the #1 martial god in the vast continent, but don't forget, this is in the vast continent. As long as you are willing to stop, our Vientiane heavenly palace will not care about this matter with you, and can even help you enter the heavens. However, the coercion and inducement of the three people did not cause the slightest disturbance in Xiao Wuxi. The big palm is still falling, and the pressure is also increasing. As the big palm fell, the bodies of the three people were broken in half. Even the head was crushed and fell to the ground. Until the end before death, the three of them were constantly sending harsh words to Xiao Wuxi. Xiao Wuxi, when you step into the ancient river of the starry sky, you will be buried. The Wangxiang heavenly palace will not let you go. The Holy Sun will definitely seek revenge on you. By then, the Xiao family will be waiting to be wiped out. The ghostly screams of the three people continued to echo in the air. There was a crisp sound. The three screams also disappeared from everyone's ears. The dust that filled the sky dispersed, and everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. The old clan that had stood for tens of thousands of years just disappeared into thin air. The appearance of this ruin at this moment makes countless people sigh. Xiao Junlin and Xiao Zhangtian are responsible for searching for all resources in the Vientiane heavenly palace. Then he bowed to Xiao Wuxi and left. The girls and cultivators who were imprisoned here also bowed deeply to Xiao Junlin, Xiao Wuxi, and others. Xiao Wuxi's shadow slowly dissipated after Xiao Junlin and two others left. The small grass disappeared along with Xiao Junlin's shadow, and also turned into a burst of white mist and dissipated in the sky. Countless people were shocked by the ruins of the sky in front of them. The old and glorious clan in the past, under the attack of Xiao Wuxi's shadow and a weed, turn into a wisp of smoke in the long stream of history. As soon as the news spread, the entire vast continent became excited. This Xiao Wuxi's fighting power is too strong. With just one phantom, he destroyed the entire Vientiane heavenly palace. Even the three martial gods couldn't bear his palm. I heard that he is about to step into the ancient starry sky river. I don't know how terrifying his strength will be after entering the heavens. But the Xiao family is really powerful. If they say they want to destroy the Wangxiang celestial palace, they will destroy it. Even clans with the same strength as the Wangxiang celestial palace may not be able to do it. The Xiao family is famous in the vast continent, but it is even more difficult for them to enter the starry sky ancient river. Although the heavenly palace of all things in the vast continent has been destroyed, there is still a holy sun in the heavens. If Xiao Wuxi wants to set foot on the ancient starry sky river, he must pass through an area controlled by them. No matter how powerful Xiao Wuxi is, he will still be restrained in the starry sky ancient river. Although the geniuses of the Xiao family are powerful, if they cannot enter the heavens, they will only turn into a trace of Lois in the end. Nothing is absolute. Since the Xiao family has the ability to destroy the heavenly palace of all things, they also have the strength to enter the heavens. Yes, although the Xiao family was born in a small family, their ability to grow to this point is absolutely extraordinary. Everyone is talking about the future of Xiao Wuxi and the Xiao family. Just when everyone was immersed in the Xiao family's destruction of the Wangxiang heavenly palace and couldn't extricate themselves, Xiao Junlin and his two men have brought the resources of the Vientiane heavenly palace back to the Xiao family. And under reasonable arrangements, Every child of the Xiao family has received corresponding resources. The geniuses of the Xiao family have also entered the practice of pigeons. As for the rumors from the outside world, they had no time to care. Today, no one in the vast continent dares to look down upon the Xiao family. With the end of the list of kings of Tiandao, the exchange points in Xiao Xian's hands are also approaching 4 million. Now not only the overall strength of the Xiao family has improved, his own cultivation realm also showed signs of breakthrough. This time after absorbing the resources of Vientiane Heavenly Palace. There are more and more talented people in the Xiao family on Jiaolong. As time goes by, everyone in the vast continent is concentrating on training and preparing to sprint to the overall ranking. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. This day, a strange phenomenon suddenly came from the vast continent. Trembling sounds kept coming from the sky. Countless thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Almost all the cultivators opened their eyes at this moment. Because of the last time this vision appeared. It still happened to Emperor Taixu. I didn't expect that this day would come again. Countless forces were stunned at first and then reacted. The road to the starry sky ancient river has actually opened, and I don't know who is preparing to set foot in the heavens. This majestic momentum makes me yearn for it. Who would actually choose to step into the starry sky ancient river before the overall ranking is released? The barrier to the ancient river entering the starry sky has been shattered. The ancient river road in the starry sky, full of endless dangers, also appeared in front of everyone. As the barrier of the heavens was broken, a huge picture appeared in front of everyone. I saw a man in green clothes appearing on the screen. Even if you can't see his face, you can still feel the strong aura on him. Even just a silhouette has the ability to destroy the world. The moment I saw this silhouette, everyone has already guessed his identity. Xiao Wuxi. It turned out to be Xiao Wuxi. I didn't expect that he would attack the starry sky ancient river at this time. You see, the heavenly barrier in the vast continent has cracks because of him. With this kind of powerful strength, I don't know if it can successfully enter the heavens. Countless people looked at the scene in heavenly Dao calmly. They wanted to see Xiao Wuxi, who was known as the #1 martial god. What kind of attitude will it take to enter the heavens? In the picture, Xiao Wuxi slowly stretched out a finger and swung it towards the violently trembling heavenly barrier. Boom! There was a loud noise. The heavenly barrier was shattered. The starry sky Furukawa road also appeared at his feet at this moment. Endless momentum rushed to his face instantly. Is he too strong, or is it too easy to enter the starry sky ancient river? That's a barrier of heaven. Xiao Wuxi broke it with just one finger. Oh my god, with such strength, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is a god king. At the moment when the starry sky Furukawa road opens, Xiao Wuxi stepped forward into the crack. Immediately afterwards, the void barrier also quickly merged. However, Xiao Wuxi's figure did not disappear. At this time, he has entered the ancient road of the starry sky. After every martial god steps onto the ancient river in the starry sky, heaven will broadcast their figures. I saw Xiao Wuxi driving slowly on the ancient road in the starry sky. It was as if there were no God King or God Emperor level souls around him that could seize his body. Even the raging flames, lightning, and thunder all around could not stop his progress. Is this Xiao Wuxi's strength? He can even turn a blind eye to spirits that can confuse the mind. In the past, any of the martial gods who stepped onto the ancient road of the starry sky did not sacrifice their magic weapons after entering. I am just afraid that these souls will confuse my mind and snatch them away after I step into the heavens. Xiao Wuxi not only ignored their existence, but even his steps forward felt like a walk. This is Xiao Wuxi, the #1 martial god in the vast continent. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but praise him. At this moment, the spirits surrounding Xiao Wuxi appeared. They all disappeared, as if something terrible had happened. Just when everyone was confused, a terrifying roar echoed across the galaxy. From Xiao Wuxi's side, a dragon snake about several hundred feet long rushed toward him. Everyone suddenly gasped. It turned out to be an ancient river snake. It's still the ancient river serpent who has cultivated for millions of years. It's no wonder that the souls of those god kings and god emperors suddenly disappeared. Even they couldn't kill this ancient starry sky beast. The ancient river snake had already opened its bloody mouth and was engulfing Xiao Wuxi. The devouring power in the mouth also burst out at this moment. Just when everyone thought Xiao Wuxi was bound to die, he slowly waved his finger and struck it in the air. I saw an ultimate sword brilliance drawn from his fingertips. The terrifying sword power actually made the ancient road in the starry sky tremble. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the ancient river dragon snake that even the god emperor was afraid of was cut in half by him with one finger. And the spirit beads in his body were directly discarded by Xiao Wuxi. The ancient river dragon snake spirit bead with tens of millions of years of cultivation. It was actually thrown away like garbage by Xiao Wuxi. That is the ultimate cultivation treasure that countless cultivators dream of. The sounds of breathing continued to sound across the vast continent. Many people were shocked by this scene. They even wanted to know where Xiao Wuxi's limits and upper limits were. If he can resist the confusion of the soul, it only shows that his mind is tough enough. But even ancient starry sky beasts like the ancient river snake, he can kill with one finger, so how powerful is he? Along the way, in the astonished look of everyone, Xiao Wuxi didn't know how many ancient starry sky beasts he had killed. I don't know how much time passed, but Xiao Wuxi came to a huge barrier. That is the barrier that must be crossed to enter the heavens. It is also an area controlled by the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. See this. Countless people felt emotional. This is the second martial god to come here since Emperor Taixu passed away. The martial god before this was not taken away by the spirit. It was to be swallowed by the ancient starry sky beast. Xiao Wuxi stood at the end of the ancient starry sky road. He tilted his head slightly and looked behind him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xian shrugged indifferently. He knew that Xiao Wuxi was saying goodbye to them. Although he is now invincible in the vast continent. But when faced with the uncle's farewell given by the system, I still have to express it. Therefore, he nodded slightly to Xiao Wuxi in the picture. The other party seemed to have received his message. Then he turned around and waved his finger towards the barrier again. Then a crack appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What was revealed from the cracks was also the appearance of the heavens. Everyone looked at the scene and suddenly felt that the vast continent was too small. The moment Xiao Wuxi stepped into the heavens, a familiar voice came over. I didn't expect you would actually dare to come. Even if the cracks have healed, everyone in the vast continent can also feel the sound of fighting coming from inside. The Xiao family and Wangxiang Tiangong are mortal enemies. I don't know if Xiao Wuxi can escape the pursuit of Wangxiang Heavenly Palace. Although the entrance to the heavens is controlled by the Wangxiang Heavenly Palace, I didn't expect that he would actually take action himself. With the enmity between the Xiao family and Wangxiang Tiangong, it is not surprising that Feng Wuhan would come forward in person. That's right. After all, the Xiao family has blocked his good deeds time and time again. This time, I'm afraid Xiao Wuxi will be in trouble. After everyone discussed this, they all showed some sympathy and pity for Xiao Wuxi and the Xiao family. After all, if Xiao Wuxi dies, the Xiao family will not be easy. When Xiao Tianyun saw this scene, he looked at Xiao Xian nervously. Now his only closest relatives are Xiao Wuxi and Xiao Xian. If something happens to Xiao Wuxi again, Uncle Xian, little uncle, Xiao Xian couldn't help but smile. If your little uncle's strength were so easy, he would be defeated. Then he is not your uncle. Since he has chosen to enter the heavens, he is absolutely sure to make a fortune in it. And we just need to believe in his strength. Even so, Xiao Tianyun was still worried, but the gods. Xiao Xian looked at Xiao Tianyun with a half smile. So what? He is Xiao Wuxi. Then he turned and left, regardless of whether Xiao Tianyun understood the meaning of his words. Xiao Tianyun looked at Xiao Xian's leaving figure. Then he looked at the disappearing picture with a worried face. Since Uncle Xian said that nothing will happen to him, then I should believe him. Xiao Xian came into the room with a smile. The redemption points this time are enough to redeem that secret realm. The third journey to the secret realm is about to begin. However, as soon as he entered the system, he was almost angry to death.